Welcome, one and all, to this, the Party Poker Millions online main event final table. After a rather grueling second day yesterday, early this morning, late last night, depending on where you are, these players made it down to this final table where they're going to battle it out for $860,000 up top. Everyone making the final table guaranteed $69,000. As we take a look here, chip leader is still Sebastian Sikorski. Who else? Midway through last night, really took a hold of this one and looks the man to beat in order to get your hands on that 860,000. As I say, 9 players left. Blinds going up to 40-minute levels with this pretty incredible structure you'd expect in a millions final table. There we go then, just how big Sebastian's lead is. Ramiro having a good end to the night last night then. Obviously, those who stay with us to the end will know that I gave way. Henry took over, so I'm a little bit in the dark as to how things got this way. I do see Juan Dominguez made it, but unfortunately, Andras Nemeth, who I said I wanted to see both of them on this final table, unfortunately, he didn't manage to get here. Orpen and Bryce rounding out the table, but with the blind starting at 2.5 million, this is still very, very deep stacked. As I said, first price 860. Everyone guaranteed just under 68. The top 7 will pick up 6 figures. Look at that. Third 400, second, even second place $591,000 in this $5,000 $5 million guaranteed event. And well, without further ado, let's just get stuck into it. And here we go then. Juan Pardo kicking things off. Ace-8 under the gun. Just getting settled here, guys. How's everyone doing this evening? I see the chat filling up nicely. Good evening, PGD, one of our very regs, back in here. Saying I don't know many of these names. All right, well, let me help you out here. Stephen Van Zadelhoff, very well-known player on the circuit. The one there with the deuce 4 suited in the 1 seat. Juan Dominguez, a superstar of the high roller circuit, very good friends with Andras Nemeth, so I want to see both of them here together. Countless results that man's had in the high rollers. In fact, let's just look here. I think he's got just under $4 million in live cash, just to give you an idea. Well, look at this. Instead of have check raising at the Queen's 7-7 board against Juan's under the gun continue. It's reasonable. One's going to continue that board. And Zadelhoff's going to check raise some bluffs, and well, the 4 high flush draw is a pretty good candidate to do that with. As we carry on around the table, though, you've got Orpen, who is very well known online as Orp the Turk, but you'll know him from the high roller circuit as well. Won the 100k at Millions Rosvedov back in 2019, and he came second in the 50k. There we go, at Millions World Bahamas. So. Yeah, regular that sort of stuff. And I only just found out today, guys, after watching Sebastian last night, I found out that's Pocket 00 online. Pocket 00, I should say. Someone that I battle with a lot back in the day. So nice to see an old name, recently known to me, in the mix here. And then, of course, as you mentioned, PGD, you got the likes of Andras Nemeth in the mix. Always deep in these big events. I like it, PJD. 1.5 million channel points. Good stuff. Mad Madge, welcome as well. Good evening. Once again, just Joey as well. Welcome. Yeah, going through some of the other players, maybe not as well known, but some decent results in the mix for sure, though. And well, Ramiro Petrone, one of those. See a 280k score online in as big as, so chasing that down, but over 10 million in online earnings. Obviously, no slouch, but perhaps not as well known live with, well, I say under a million, like it's a bad thing, but 660k worth of live scores. Igor, someone I don't know too much about, I have to confess. Same as Fabio. So maybe if we're going to try and root on some of the lesser known, I know you guys like underdog, then Fabio and Igor maybe the ones for you, and Chris Bryce to some extent. Like I said last night in commentary, he got down to the, I think he got 22nd, 23rd in this event earlier this year, back in February. Obviously, he's improved on that this time round. He's had a huge score before, winning the partypoker UK Poker Championships in Nottingham back in 2018 for £187,000. So certainly experience, but this would obviously be a step up, the millions online. But yeah, nice to see him getting a second go after what would have been disappointment back in February. Some interest here, perhaps. Andras Nemeth with ace queen Ramiro, a couple of seats behind with ace 10. Is he going to tangle? If he doesn't, what's Orpen's line going to be? Of course, all this is with the backdrop that Sebastian's the man in the big blind. All right then, there we go. Ramiro does take the opportunity in the first step out of line, shall we say, of this final table, at least that we've seen. Nemeth's going to be asked a question. And ICM, guys, ICM. That's what we always say. Whoa! Wow. Well, ICM, have some of that. Sebastian Sikorski knows that these two cannot put those chips in lightly. With Orpen, Juan, Fabio, Igor, Chris, all so much shorter. And that is so well sniffed out by Sebastian. And this may well be a short final table if he's going to be on that kind of level from the off. See Svinjar in the chat. Is it one Pardo? It is indeed, Mr. Dominguez. All right, Chris Bryce. Oh, hello. Here we go. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, dogs and cats. We're going to see our first all-in of... No, we're not. Wow. Well. We're not going to see our first all-in. And again, I thought we would, but this is just coming back to that again, I guess. That one knows that Chris is not going to be opening too light, and certainly is not a great spot to be 3-bet getting jacks in. This is the reasoning I'm assuming he's come up with the situation the way it is. Decides to just call, take a flop play in position rather than 3-bet get it in, or just 3-bet elicit a fold. And well, a C-bet on 10-5-3, things were looking good, but suddenly a huge bet on the turn, 24 into 32 with 31 back, leaving only about a third pot behind. And that will get a fold. I'm not wild about that bet size on the turn, but well, wouldn't avoid perhaps we just had from Juan Pardo. And Chris Bryce with the same hand yet again. Ace King gets another go, another bite. Big Tinker, what a boss player 10-9 suited. It certainly was. This is going to be a lot of fun. Watching Sebastian yesterday, guys, for the little bit we had him on our table, I was like, okay, wow, this guy is going to go into overdrive. He took a couple of peculiar check back lines on the turn, having said that, but he definitely is outside of the box, this character. Well, he needs to stay in the box right here. No, here we go. Whoa, I said it. He's definitely going to step outside the lines, this guy. And taking King 7 suited up against the +1 open of Chris. I mean, I get it. It's really hard, like I just said, for Chris to play now, especially he's got up to that many chips and the rest behind. But at the same time, he just want to pop on the turn, the previous hand. How light is he opening the next? I don't know. I don't know if that's a thing. I think he's just going to pass his marginals, given that he won the hand before, but there we go. But what a start for Bryce. I think he's effectively doubled up. Igor in the small, Queen 3 offsuit with the man mountain, Andras Nemeth behind, the warrior, the battler, and thinks better of it and just lets his man have that one. Can't fault that. Again, you know, chip-wise, you Queen 3 off with the antes and the blinds the way they are. You know, book says you play, but he's got 84 million. Nemeth is going to apply pressure. You've got Orpen, a little over 20 bigs. Juan Pardo below 30. Fabio has got less than you as well, and your position on him. Let's just wait and see. Well, Andras Nemeth now with 2 kings in the small blind. Is Juan Pardo going to have a go at this from early? I can't imagine so, but it'll be tempting. He does. Certainly one likes to get in the mix. And there comes the punishment from Andras Nemeth. In the old days, people would rip in this ace-3. There we go, he does rip in the ace-3. It is the old days. Well, it's the problem with opening this when you've got players like Nemeth in the mix. Occasionally, you're going to have to jump on the old horse, die on the old sword. And he has gone blazing. Needs help. He finds it. No way. Juan Pardo finds the ace on the river. Andras Nemeth absolutely ruined by the ace on the river. Wow, wow, wow. That is cruel. Best reloaded, says Donkey. No, I mean, that's, it's Andras Nemeth. He's going to be leveraging a lot that situation where Juan Pardo is opening and doesn't want to get too many hands in. The question is, how wide is he opening? And if he's opening as wide as ace-3, then Andras Nemeth's going to be combining it by 3-bet folding some percentage. The problem is Juan Pardo has a lot of hands that can just 4-bet rip more reasonably than ace-3, so I'm not 100% on that one. But he's a lot better than I am, so they know what they're doing, guys. And hey, you can always hit an ace. You're always 30% with ace-3. Sorry, Mad Match, I missed that. Saying you can't see the flags. Where are the players from? Of course I can go through that. Let's see if this hand's going to play out into anything with ace-3 versus ace-3. It looks minimal. So Steven van Zadelhoff is from the Netherlands. Juan Pardo Dominguez, Spanish. Orpen, of course, is Turkish. Sebastian hails from Canada. Fabio is also Canadian. Igor is Belgium. Nemeth is from Hungary. Bryce is English or British. And Ramiro is from Argentina. An eclectic international mix. This pot got spicy all of a sudden. I didn't see too much happening there, but I should have known with Sebastian in the mix there was going to be some bullets fired. Rockdog says, do we have the UK Community Pass? We don't, but what we do have is the Millions Online free roll, $500. Guaranteed in the pot, already there for you over on Party. It's kicking off in, a little over 90 minutes. So please do head on over to Party. If you search for the Millions Online free roll, you will find it. Password is 5 millions guaranteed atop the screen there. Oscar Wada played this tourney last night off a $22 Sati. Got a min cash. Buzzing. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Only started the day with 4.5 bigs. All right, so you sort of snuck into the money and then went for the spin, did you, on the old day too? It's a nice feeling to have, knowing you're woken up, turn up the next day. Worst way I've turned my 22 bucks into what, 11 or 12 grand. But you never know. Spins happen. I've no doubt one of these players was down very short at some point. But nice. Anyone else? Anyone else out there? Any results in this? Good gunning that, good gunning. Sebastian, ace-10, going to kick it up. Fabio, not going to clash with the chip leader, holding the same hand. Nemeth now the shortest. Van Zadelhoff continuing with King Queen. The man second in chips going up against the chip leader. And white flop's pretty strong on this King 7-6 2 diamond board. And the benefit for that is he's 60 big blinds deep. He's sure Sebastian can put pressure on him, but it's a big odd hit to Sebastian if he gets 2 out of line. So you do have a little bit of protection. Wow, this comes out with a lead on the turn. That is curious. I would think you'd want to give Sebastian maximum rope, and there aren't too many ways you're supposed to have a 7 peeling from the small, but I guess just try and throw him a little curveball. Yeah, I'm a little curious with that one. See why he might take that long line with a hand like King Queen and even Ace King that might have peeled from the small there given the situation. And then maybe, you know, the King Jacks, King Tens might continue to check, I guess. Brice, Ace, Jack. Wow, Oscar Wilde saying, of course, you know, the sats were running for forever before, but there we go. Nose of someone who sat it in for the old 1 cent from the cent rolls and got a cash. So there we go. That is the dream. Of course, this $5,000 buy-in is outside of a lot of budgets, but the good news is we have the Grand Prix Knockout Winter Edition already underway here on Party Poker, culminating in that main event, $100 buy-in, 500,000 guaranteed main event. Again, of course, you can qualify for a cent, but when buy-ins are $100, it's far more accessible than the main event. I'm sure you can all find a way of getting into that one. Fabio, his go with the Ace King. It should get round when he raises here to Sebastian. I don't see Igor getting involved against plus under the gun from +1. It'd be inadvisable. And there we go. Superman over with the info. Vitaly Polikarpov, 116th for $11,833. All that from a cent, eh? It's all possible, guys. Please do have a look when you're playing the free roll today. Click that Grand Prix tab over on Party and have a look what's going on, because it's far more accessible budget for those events. Oh, Ramiro Petrone getting involved as well with the Ace-3 suited in mid. And Sebastian did, of course, call from the big with 8-9 suited, but Fabio flopping top pair, betting a quarter part on this. I think we can just bet bigger on King, Queen, Deuce when we're sat there with with ace king, given we've opened on pretty small stack from under the gun, 9-hand of final. We've got strong hands, and when we bet king queen deuce, we're saying we've hit. We're not just stabbing it. I don't think too often. I don't think we're betting like our ace jacks, ace 10 suited if we open ace 10 suited, and these kind of hands. So I think we can just bet bigger because we just have good hands. And yeah, I'm not sure we're trying to bet ace king to not go broke there, so I might go a little larger. Zadelhoff popping up ace queen. And Pardo in the next seat, fresh off that double up, spiking the ace on the river to survive against Nemeth. And Sebastian, look at this. Every single spot taken. And Zadelhoff, well, showing some bravery here. It might seem easy, guys, with ace queen and you got the chip leader coming after you. But look, that's what happens. He can just do that. And then what are you supposed to do? Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you supposed to do now, Zadelhoff? You've got the perfect hand to do it with an ace queen off. It's so strong, but we can't full bet call it off. I mean, personally, I'd flat 3-bet. But 4-betting with it seems fine, and you think you can fold with kind of good conscience when you get jammed on. But Sebastian just absolutely running over these guys up to now and just showing exactly how he sees this final table playing out. We're being spoiled already. Yep, Chronic, exactly. You just can't call with ace queen there. You just can't. And this is the problem. When you don't really have too many hands that can 4-bet call off, you've got to be really careful when you do 4-bet. Sure, we can 4-bet call off aces and kings. Maybe queens, I don't know. Second in chips, are you 4-bet calling off queens? I'm not sure. Ace king, are we? I don't know. It's just narrow range. But you've got to be careful 4-bet folding as many hands as ace queen includes. But having said that, of course, he might not be, 4-betting every ace queen. He may decide just to 4-bet that ace queen. But it's great stuff. We're being spoiled already. And this is exactly how I hope this might go, having watched Sebastian play last night. And the more chips he gets, the easier this is going to get for him to do. I mean, he's up to 291 million. There's $1 billion in play, guys. So, I mean, 29% of the chips in play with 9 left is a very nice situation to be in. And really, let's bunch the rest again. You see Ramiro and Juan Pardo. Well, look at this. Juan Pardo, with the nuts on the turn, was already back to second place in chips. Having been, I guess, it was the shortest, I think, right, guys, before he got it in against Andras. Maybe Orpen was shorter, actually. But, well, he's going further up the chip counts off this hand. Just how far, we'll find out. I'm guessing there's no further action in this pot. It certainly does, Chronic, my man. It certainly does take a lot of cojones to pull up a move like that. But it's, again, for you watching, guys, it's not mindless. It's not. There's a reason there. He's using King 5 suited. There's a reason he's using a king. Okay, some of the hands I'm going to call off are obviously kings, maybe ace king. We block 2 of those. Obviously, don't block the aces. Ace X would probably be nicer, but whoa, what's happened here? There was a bet from What is going on in this table? I believe Juan Pardo bet that turn, got called by Ramiro with 2 6s and a diamond, and then Ramiro's led. Is that what happened, guys, or did Ramiro lead the turn? I was thinking that one was done for. Dino saying, I'm not sure if it's the right play. This is the thing. It just depends how wide Stephen's 4-betting. If Stephen's going to be 4-betting all his ace-queens, then you can do that because he can't call off his ace-queens. He can't call off with a bunch of other hands. I'm going to say you block the primary calling candidates, 2 of them in ace-king and kings, although I'm not even sure he's going to be 4-betting ace-king, to be honest. I think he probably just flats. I think he chose ace-queen, maybe ace-jacks, 4-betting. Flat the ace-kings. If that's the case, then you're only really worried about running into aces. Sebastian. No surprise, see a suited king. These are his hands, guys. These are his hands. He's raising things up. Nemeth, ace check. This is going to be a rip. Pretty straightforward for him, especially against this the raise frequency he's dealing with. Yeah, exactly. This what the point Kronik's making here is, well, actually at the time, you know, Steven Van Zadelhoff was second in chips. It's disaster to get it in pre-flop. I don't really like the 4-bet for that reason. You can't really be getting it in there with enough hands. I think you're just going to play almost all hands as a continue. And maybe he is. Maybe he, you know, put it in the randomizer and it came out the few percent, the 4-bet. Maybe that's what happened. But yeah, as a standard line, you just want to be flatting with most hands there. Like I say, maybe you maybe he just flats even aces, and you know, maybe the only hand he 4-bets is kings. They 4-bet go with kings, flat with aces as a trap. Maybe not. Some combination. In which case, king 5 becomes even more a hand you want to do that with, right? You've got king 5. If you block kings and you think he's going to trap with aces sometimes, he's probably never trapping with kings. He probably plays defensively with queens. If that's the case, then, well, king 5 becomes an even better hand to do it with. It'll be interesting to see if we ever find out the reasoning. Okay, Sebastian, popping up king jack, Chris Bryce defending jack 10, 10-4-4 flop. Good flop for Bryce. Check calls 1, turn relatively safe. You're never quite sure what cards are good or bad when you're playing against Sebastian at this point. And not just because of Sebastian's playing style, but of course because he has that chip lead as well. So the fact that we've got a player that we know is default aggressive and they have such a big lead. Okay, he fires third pot on the turn. This, I think, is just going after the ace highs, I guess. Maybe, you know, deuces, threes, fives, something like that as well. I think he's really trying to make him follow 10, that's for sure. Bryce with the second call checks it over on the river, having made a boat. It's a pretty safe-looking board. Whoa! Whoa. Sebastian just non-stop putting Bryce to a decision for all of them. And he's made the call, guys. He's made it. He's passed the test. Wow. Well, there we go. Sebastian, obviously, trying to rip an overpair. He's got king jack. Could have kings, could have jacks. Bryce for the 10. I guess a blocker to an overpair and a jack, but still, it's a very... It looks easy, guys. It looks easy, doesn't it? He's got a boat. 4-4-10, 6-4. Only losing to overpairs. And, you know, this guy's playing crazy, but it's hard to press the call button when you bust out there, you get 68k, and you could ladder up, or 69k. You ladder up and you get, into the hundreds of thousands. That's why these spots are so fun. And all of a sudden, look at this, guys. Chris Bryce is now the chip leader. A huge dent to Sebastian. Check Razor, I think I'm being a bit unkind. Sebastian is a player with an incredible resume. Been around for a long time. And yeah, of course, when you do go balls to the wall, sometimes there are mishaps. Now, this will change things. All of a sudden, Sebastian went Pardo level in second. I've got a feeling we're still going to see Sebastian play table captain here. Set across the table from Chris Brice. And I think the momentum he'll keep going. Fabio, popping up ace jack. Ramiro peels from the big with ace deuce. We may see just a bog standard hand here. Although it's not an easy one for Fabio to see bet on this 10-8-6 against the big blind peel. But I think with the backdoor diamonds and the jack, he certainly has a candidate that could do it. But he does elect to check back completely fine. Picks up diamonds on the turn. And I think, again, just a really bad looking board. He could do either here, but check back most likely. And we'll just check it down. Win this one at Showdown. Yeah, Dina said just because you're chippy doesn't mean people won't call you. Yeah, of course. But it's still hard for people to call you. And I think what the final bet was, I have to have a look back at the sizings, but you're still giving yourself a decent price that they fold. Maybe he was hoping to pick up on, he's done his research. Probably been hen mobbing Chris Brice. Thought, okay, this is a guy I can make fold for the money. I think I put him under too much pressure. I think he might crumble, but he was wrong. Of course, don't forget all those hands like 7s, 8s, 9s that Chris Brice still had heading to the river. Very hard for those to call. Much easier for a 10 to call. It always looks different when your opponent's got basic top of range. I know Chris can have stronger. He can have the 4, for example, but effective is top of range with 10. It's, I say the 7s, 8s, 9s, they're going to fold. Even perhaps the ace highs that are called twice, potentially. Igor Dursel. Ace 10 suited off 30. Gonna set off with the same hand, offsuit in the small. Will he try and apply some pressure? His opponent opening off 30 bigs. No. In the shell somewhat. Reason why I think, yeah. There's some chips flying around this table. I'd probably tighten up a little bit if I were there as well. I said I've been chopped down to 120. The likes of Orpen, Nemeth short. Fold, Igor's still going to play a pot against one putter most of the time. I want to give players an opportunity to bust. PGD asking, how come it's only me today? Yes, well spotted. It was supposed to be myself and Henry, but Henry is a little under the weather after last night's stream, I gather. So I'm not going to rule out him jumping in later, but I wouldn't expect it. We are hoping to get someone else in. So once I know who's coming, I'll let you guys know. We are working on it. You guys have been deprived. Demo, I can either confirm or deny that allegation. It's the policy here to never confirm or deny. Stephen popping up Jack 10 of diamonds as he should from the button. Juan Pardo clicking out the 3-bet from the small blind with ace 6. Stephen continues and flops a flush draw. This is where it gets scary. Though. Continues and only has 2x pop behind. He just said he's going to try and avoid situations. But of course, Jack 10 suited on the button against a small blind 3-bet is a bit more of a good spot than, say, playing that ace 10 offsuit. Juan Pardo checking on the turn now. Interesting spot for Stephen here. He can check back here, I like this, and just bet rivers when check to. He gets to have plenty of hands that would call the 3-bet and would try and get some small value on the river here. Don't think he needs to bet turn and potentially get blasted off or anything like that. Not that I think he would too often, but this line just reps way more of those pocket pairs, you know. Or sevens being one of them here, but like, you know, the 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s. Way more likely to have those by checking back turn and then betting river than you are by betting turn. And of course, you can still hit by just checking back, get your hand. Your opponent might take off on those cards. Igor, King Jack. Again, these medium stacks, the Igors, Ramiros, Fabios, they'll be quite enthused by watching all this action take place. From these big names. Big names, big stacks. Still 9-handed. Not nearly an hour into this final table. Well, I guess actually not an hour. He started at 40-minute level at 1.25, 2.5. So must be getting near the level up. Let's see, we're on a delay here. 40-minute levels. Plus, as you regular viewers will know, the replay lags a little. You always fall further behind. Oscar Wilde says, "You don't think Christopher saw the King 4 and that's why he called it 10?" He wouldn't have seen it yet because of the delay. So that hand wouldn't have been aired when he made the call off with Jack 10. But he would have known enough by playing with Sebastian yesterday and watching him yesterday and watching him play this far so far today that he is a little on the wild side. And obviously, I mean, you can't call. I don't think you can call every time you've got a 10 there. Well, maybe you can against Sebastian. But you do have to call some of the time, and he obviously just decided, you know what? If I die here, so be it. Remember, guys, our free roll kicks off in 1 hour and 8 minutes. We're on Party. The Millions online free roll password is atop the screen. 5 millions guaranteed. So please do go head over there, get registered. Plenty of time. Of course, if you did miss the start, you can register a little later as well. Get some of that free money. I was in the mix last night. I managed to get some free money for myself. I got like $1.50. Beautiful. When Pardo popping up the ace jack, and you may see a rare raise and taker, just a no blooder. No need for everyone to lose their minds. And set off ace 5, suited a couple of seats in. Fabio on the button with ace 10. But again, I think he'll just be getting out of the way should Stephen open. There's enough action on this table going off without having to get involved. Let's see. The option is to Fabio. Nemeth not interested in defending the 10-3 suited against the +2 off the shallow stack. Completely reasonable. I think if there were 100 players left, you flick it in and see a flop. A final of 9 says no thank you. And Zadelhoff will be back in action once more with the Butchers this time. And Sebastian is an early combatant. Sat there with 2 fours is going to be looking to take a flop, one assumes, against this open. Here we go then. There is the flat from Sebastian. And Chris Bryce closing the action, going to kick in the 8-4 and a flop with a little bit of interest here. The ace, deuce, tray, all diamonds. The nut flush draw against the straight flush draw. Stephen checks it to Sebastian, who could say go 2 ways here. He does decide to check back. It's the better option. I mean, Stephen's just going to check a lot of flops to him. With falls with the 4 diamonds. Certainly got some potential. You can check back. If I get hands like queens and jacks with that diamond, you're obviously got pretty good equity. You just check it back, try and hit. You kind of know what the bad cards are going to be. It's not like Stephen Van Zadelhoff's opening up here with 8-9 suited. He's got Broadway cards. He's got big pairs and he's got aces, big aces. So you kind of got good visibility. Wow, get the check sit down. Calls off the river. Like I say, beats some of those hands that may be trying to bluff off a chop, the Broadway combos. And it's curious enough to pay 10 mil. Andras Nemeth up to the bottom, jack 5 with diamonds. Not much he can do. It'll be up to Bryce with ace-6 in the small. Whether he wants to just raise it up. I think we can just raise hands from the small when the big one's got 30 bigs and see these other short sticks around. And the chip leader, I think you just want to play an aggressive style, but he does limp in. Eight, 3 deuce. Ramiro flipping way the best of it in this one. And Bryce now deciding to bet and betting half pot. Not really accomplish a lot by betting here, apart from denial, but I think a raise pre was the better play. Now I have to shut this down. You've been called on the flop half pot. Ace high is never good. Well, very unlikely to be good. Of course it can be good. There can be some 4-5s, 4-6, 5-6, those kind of hands. But yeah, Ramiro with the ICM the way it is, in the situation the way it is, want to keep these pots down to 2 streets or just even the 1 street. I think that ran out. He's going to feel pretty confident he's got the best of it. And certainly when Chris Bryce comes out betting on the flop, you're going to give him some 3x and even some deuce x perhaps, a bit more protection than these ace highs. So a reasonable shot getting called. Well, will Sebastian get out of the way here and let Nemeth And Ramiro play this one out. Sebastian with 300 million would be raising. It's a different beast now with 160 million. Well, he does pop it up. What will Nemeth do? Will Nemeth just rip over this open when he's just flat? Both are viable. It's a little bit more icky. Like I say now, Sebastian has lost so many chips. He's going to be raising that a little bit tighter. But Nemeth does go for it. Real tough decision for Ramiro here. Still got to worry about the opener, even though it's Sebastian. Do you want to put the 10s in at risk? Real close. He does go for it. I do like it. Nemeth certainly capable of 3-betting wider than most in this spot. He's got the propensity to take more gambles. And we see, well, if Nemeth hits, which he has done, 2 of the 10s have been folded, but the old 9 on the river to make the straight. Wow. There we go. Andras Nemeth first out on this final table for $69,767. Obviously very unlucky with the 2 kings against Juan Dominguez. It's ace-jack. And then losing the flip here, making the jam on Sebastian, finding Ramiro behind. He'd have been ecstatic to see 2 10s when Ramiro ISO jam behind. Especially with the ICM the way it was. You know, Ramiro's getting in very tight there. In fact, it's the only hand he's in good shape against is 10s. And they might not always call. There we go. As I say, even grimmer when you see 2 10s folded, you hit a jack and you still lose. Stephen completes 10-6 from the small one, Pardo in the big with Queen 8. Blind's going up 1.53 million. Small rise, but a rise nonetheless. Igor, I'm going to try and get one through with King Jack from +2. Wow. This is a pretty naughty spot for Orpen. I mean, he is the shortest considerably now. So, with Nemeth's departure. But yeah, he just does give that up. I don't hate that at all. I know, you know, you've got a mace, you're up against a min raise, but it's from a seat that's been playing tight and should be playing tight. Don't think a lot of good stuff happens with the ace deuce. Some people in the chat will be screaming at me for saying that, but Igor going for it again. Ace 7 suited. Pardo ace 9 on the button. Is he going to go after the second raise in a row? Sebastian. We know he's going to flick it in from the big. 7-8. And a very good looking flop, the king 6-5. This has got some interest, guys, because Igor's got a 7 with the backdoor nut hearts. There are some cards that he can barrel into danger here. Because the cards he's going to want to bluff are the ones that Sebastian hits. The 4 and the 9 would be good candidates. Well, let's see. This may be a card Sebastian comes out leading, in fact. Okay. Does check back. But here we go. They're both... Well, Igor picks up a gut shot. And there we go. These are the sort of cards he's going to barrel off. The 3, the 4, the 8, the 9. This is probably the least consequential. The 4 and the 9 would have been, of course, carnage. Whoa! Whoa! Sebastian. Yikes. I mean, gonna work. But that is out of line. Check jam the turn with the open ender. I mean, he puts diamond combos that barrel in a coffin. One pair hands. They're not loving life. Well, Igor going for a third in a row. The first two, well, the first one worked out right. That second one was just caged again by Sebastian. This suggests Sebastian might still try and throw his weight around despite losing the chip lead. Might still try and be table captain. It certainly seems that way. Ramiro, Queen Jack, Van Zadelhoff, Ace, Jack Sebastian, King Jack suited, and Bryce, Ace 9 suited in the big. 4 playables, but yeah, Queen Jack off from under the gun, not going to be played. This Ace Jack will be though. And I would expect sometimes Sebastian just cold call pre-flop. And this seems like a pretty good hand to do it with. That would allow Bryce in, and they would see a 3-way pot. But let's see. He's taken the aggressive action every option so far. All right then, the 3 biggest stacks gonna take a flop 3-way. What carnage could ensue here? Spades is shared, Jack is shared, an Ace is shared. Of course, 6-3 deuce, rainbow, why not? Well, let's check round to Sebastian, who's going to stab with the 2 overs, backdoor spades. And he should get it done. Don't see how either of these two can put up a defence. And he's peeled in position. Especially when he hasn't peeled that many times. They're not putting him on hands, you know, like the King-Queen offs, the Ace-Queen offs. He's weighted more towards pairs than most in these spots, just because how aggressive he is pre-flop. And look at that, he re-establishes, albeit very slender, of the chip lead. Igor, 2 queens. He's going to look for some of this action to kick off in front of him. Well, action does fold. Look at this Fabio just kicking in the Ace-6 off in the cutoff. Note that one down, guys. You've got 2 big stacks in the blinds. You've got a short stack behind. It's going to be jamming with some frequency. Better to try and fold and let the short stack as well on the button potentially get in trouble against those blinds. But also just not a lot of good things happen there. Ramiro peels, flops a 9 on King 10-9. Igor still best of 2 queens, but won't be wild about that flop. Hard to get too much action with the best of it there. There goes 3rd pot. Seems reasonable. We obviously block the nuts, which is always useful. But he's got equity against some better hands. Look at this though. Ramiro putting him to the test straight off the bat, check raising that bottom pair. I'm going to check raise some hands. Bottom pair seems like an okay one to do it with. And look at that. Gets Igor just to kick the queens into the muck. Well, well, well. There we go. Ramiro Petrone kicking into action. Kashima asking if any of the players are from Brazil. No, my friend. Not. I believe. I mean, my notes say Ramiro is from Argentina. He's suggesting he might be from Uruguay. I'm not going to fight you on that if that's right, but I think he's Argentinian. But yeah, no, a rare occurrence of no Brazilians in the mix. It's a good point. There's usually gazillions of them. Yep, Shakalaka is right. Netherlands for Stephen. Spanish Juan, Pardo. Orpen is Turkish. Sebastian. Fabio, Canadian. Igor is Belgian. Chris is British. And Ramiro is, I believe, Argentinian. Lovely spot for some value for Ramiro here. Queen pairing. 10 looks very, very strong. He gets full pot paid off by Van Zadelhoff's 5. Igor ripping it in for 14. Van Zadelhoff more than happy to give his man a spin with ace-king from the small. Is this going to be the end of Igor? Juan Pardo is kicking one of those jacks into the muck. It's not helpful. 3, 5, 6 deuce. Needs a 4. Not to be. Van Zadelhoff vanquishes Igor Dursel in 8th place for $88,000. Well, the sad departure of Igor does mean the rest of these have all locked up a 6-figure score. 111k, I believe it is, for 7th place. Wow. The stacks stretching out a bit here. Stephen, Chris, and Sebastian all with 200 million. Ramiro not too far behind. Bit of a drop down into Juan Pardo and Fabio. And Orpen just doing a good job at laddering. Up to 111,000. There you go. Guaranteed 69 to start the day. Been on a short stack. Hasn't, I don't think, played a hand. Is now worth 111,000. Of course, the old risk premium, as our man Jeff Gross likes to call it. Certainly going to allow him to play with a bit more aggression. I mean, here he's going to get ripped on by Juan Pardo with those 2 3s. And well, for 10 bigs, this may be it for Orpen. Queen 9 suited. As I say, everyone's so much deeper than him. Doesn't really have any ICM considerations, so he just needs to get back in the game. One's going to be ripping with a lot of hands, so there we go. Does make the call. Juan Pardo's 3s marginally out in front. Safe looking board so far for him, and it continues to run out safe. Elimination, back-to-back hands. Orpen out for that 111,000, but like I say, that's, I think, the first hand he played in this final, so a pretty good hourly, going up from the 68k guaranteed, 69k guaranteed perhaps, to 111, and Juan Pardo stretches out up there as well, so they're all very even. Fabio the shortest with 33 bigs, but this is punching the field somewhat. Use a poker, chop it up. Yeah, I don't think there's too much chance of that with these players in the mix. Van Zadelhoff popping up king, 10 of diamonds from the cutoff. Ace, ace, deuce. Certainly more of a raiser's board than a caller's. Sebastian, very few hands continue here. 5, 6, certainly not one of them. Razor poker, are they allowed to even chop? Yes, they most certainly are. There'll be a stipulation that a certain amount of money must be left to play for the winner. I can look and check what that number is, but then I'd spoil it for myself by seeing the lobby in real time, and I don't want to do that. So I'm going to guess it's 50k is left to play for, but I may be wrong on that one. But there's certainly a number that has to be left to play for. So we will get a worthy winner, even if they do a deal. Sometimes it's fun when they do a deal later on as well, because you get a bit more pure poker. You know, this ICM nonsense falls into the background and they just go hard for the win. But not yet. Let's have a couple more hours of ICM. No surprise, Sebastian. Raising up from the smaller king deuce, putting pressure on the shortest stacked Fabio. It's just nothing Sebastian's going to do is going to surprise me, I think. A man who had bundles of chips last night, midway through the day, in fact. He rocketed up over 100 million early doors. And for those of you who stuck with us all the way through the light last night, I know I left Henry alone with what? 22, 23 left. He was away the chip leader then with sort of 170, 180 million, which when you look at the chips around the table now, that's pretty impressive with still 20 plus players left. How feisty is he going to get? One Pardo popping up king jack, smashing the next seat with king 10. Cut off the button. Fabio in the small with 2 5s. Fabio does hit the shortest stack. It's an interesting spot because Juan doesn't get to open as wide as a normal cutoff here with Sebastian sat behind, just the way he plays. Yeah, Fabio gonna call, trying to see a flop. Chris can do the same with 10-5 suited from the big. Closing the action. Wow. 10-8-5. Cold as it gets. How's your luck, Chris? Bryce thinks he's flopped gin, but Fabio lurking with bottom set. Question here is all down to whether Juan c-bets. I don't think he will. C-bet this one. 10-8-5 against a small blind peel and a big blind peel on this very wet board with no diamond in hand. It'd be a mistake to bet here, I think. And that may save Chris Bryce some chips here if a scare card comes off. That is not a scare card. That is a card that's going to hurt Chris Bryce. A small bet from Fabio. I can only assume Bryce is going to raise this. Assuming Fabio only has 90 million. It's not like Chris can go bust in this pot. There we go. Pops it up to 23 and I think Fabio just has to go with this now. Out of position. A lot of scare cards can come, and you just want to protect as well against some of those bluff raises, the draws. No, he does just cool. I thought you might just go for that. You get the value against the 2-pair combos, and you deny against the draws, which isn't disastrous. And this may see a check back now. I don't think Chris thinks he can get anything from 1-pair hands when a diamond comes, especially the ace of diamonds, and there we go. I might be too critical here, guys. I might be saying that because I can see he's going to get called if he rips with the set of 5s against 10-5. It's a lot easier to say that. Obviously, he's blocking a lot of those 2-pair combos, so it's a good argument for calling. But there we go. Anyway, we have reached our first break of the evening. When we come back, more of this Millions Online final table right here on Party Poker.
Can he get away? All of you watching at home, ask yourself the question. Could you get away? I don't think I could. We do get a call. We are going to see a river here. 4 outs remain for Vadim L to stay alive in this tournament. He needs a queen and only a queen, or we will see Vadim S double through. Oh my god, it's a queen! Unbelievable. 9% going to the river. Bam. Smashes the queen to stay alive in the tournament. Gonna double up to around 90,000. Can you believe that?
Here we go. Great shape for the double up. Get back to 1.9 million chips. Jack 8-5 Vahe. Well, not hanging around to watch. He is going for a smoke. Well, that's a new one on me. Vahe runs out to the balcony area, I assume for a cigarette. And Vahe gets the double when he's not even in the room. That is a new one. He's up to 1.9 million in chips. It looks like already that was our final hand of the first 2 hours. Interesting. Saw him out of nowhere with 7-3. Well, is Maxim going to take the bait? That's exactly what's happening. He's laid the trap. Totally snapping, and Maxim needs to find a 4. Well, he will be eliminated here at the WPT Russia. And that's exactly what he's done on the 994 flop. Of course, an ace or queen. Still outs for Anatolia. That's what spiked. Just a 4 again for Maxim will do it. And that's that. Spiked a 4, but it's no good. Maxim hits the rail. Anatolia back to 1.7 million, where he was when we joined this feature table.
Alexander has a flush. The worst possible card for Ilya. Making trip 6s. I don't think he can get a wave here. You make trips on the river. Alexander's going to bet 20k. I can't think of a worse river. Did Ilya just raise? To 43,000. Alexander calls. The flush is good. Ilya going for a very thin raise, and we can see Alexander with the flush. Gonna take down a huge pot there. 115,000 in the middle.
Don't see Matas folding. Made a very weak bet on the river, having called pre, check call turn. Doesn't really have a whole host of strong hands. I mean, he can have the big hands like a flush, but does he bet 25,000 with them on the river? I'm not so sure. I think if you weak lead the river, you've just got a call here with a hand as strong as a set. You can have perhaps some hands like Queen 10, Queen Jack, but maybe go that way. No, okay. Matas does give it up. Nice play, Dimitri. Using that 10, running a big bluff. Welcome back to the Party Poker Millions online main event final table. And well, It was a slow burn to begin, but it's certainly kicked into life now with the recent 3 eliminations. 2 back-to-back mean we are playing with our final 6. And, well, it looks like a little change whilst we're on the break there, because Steven van Zadelhoff's up to 240 million, and it looks like both Brice and Ramiro have lost a few chips. Fabio's even picked up a few. I'm not quite sure what's going on. It's just been some trading going on, but it's certainly very bunched now with, well, the short stack doubling would become the chip leader. This almost plays into Sebastian's hands in terms of, I think that the player most willing to step out of line can really separate themselves from the pack here. Katara in the chat, welcome, good evening. Yeah, you've missed a ton. You've missed a bit. You've missed the least important bit, shall we say. You've missed 3 eliminations, but this is setting up nicely now. And as I say, look at these chip stats, guys. This is going to get very, very interesting. When the short stack doubles, they become the chip leader with 6 left. That's a very tight final table. And here we go. It's just going to come down to who wants it more when it's like this. Well, actually, it's going to come down to who gets aces versus kings more, but you know what I mean. This is a silly game of ours. It's all irrelevant if you just get the right cards. Ad asking which place did Orpen come. Orpen managed to finish in 7th, which was a good result considering he basically didn't play a hand. Got 2 ladders up and then lost a flip to Juan Pardo. So 111,000 for Orpen. I know he's obviously was wanting more, but really didn't have any options. Didn't get any cards. Just played a smart game and yeah, called it off for a flip. Didn't win. So be it. Jack high flop for Ramiro. Jack 8 deuce rainbow. Yeah. Fabio's not necessarily done with this one. Ace queen high looks good. Got backdoor spades. Got 2 overs. Does continue. And so suddenly these pots, when everyone's so tight in chips, are so important. Let's see if Ramiro goes for a second shell here and check back river, or we're going to go for the check back. No, I can't blame that. This set up the way it is, this final table, and that's a pretty tough river to bet. Yeah, check back I think is wise. Fabio can have some king X, it's going to check. Hands like king queen of spades, king queen of diamonds. Ace king very unlikely, but they're still going to check. He's going to check and let Ramiro bluff on that card a lot as well, because Ramiro gets to have quite a bit of king X. So I do like the check back, given we're playing 6-hand and everyone's equal. Fabio, ace jack suited this time. Van Zadelhoff. Ooh, hello. Sebastian with ace queen. This could be it for Fabio. Van Zadelhoff opens here. Sebastian's going to 3-bet, and he's been so aggressive. And if Fabio's been watching the stream, which I suspect there's a good chance he has, then this is going to feel like a very tempting cold 4-bet jam. Having said all that, doesn't mean Sebastian's going to call. I think he will. Just a flat from Sebastian. A change in his mind as well. Obviously, doesn't really get to have too many hands. He wants to 3-bet, get it in against Steven with. And look at this, the squeeze jam behind. This is set up now quite nice for Sebastian. It's much easier to call in this spot, I think. Given it's going to 3-bet his strongest hands and get them in. Therefore, Fabio's jam gets to be that little bit wider. Here we go then. 200 million chip pot. Fabio was the shortest, has the least to lose, having just lost that. Well, the same matchup, albeit down the streets. Can he spike a jack? Can he spike diamonds? 10-9-4, 7-7 run out. It's clean, and Sebastian retakes that chip lead, and actually has more chips than he had previously. First across the 300 million mark. Well, 6th place, 141k for Fabio. The rest will be happy for the ladder, but they'll probably be... Sebastian was probably bottom of the list in players they wanted to pick up those chips. Juan Pardo popping up Queen 10. Chris Bryce. Wrong Chris in the big blind with ace 8 peels. Flops top pair, but Juan Pardo with a lot of this one. The open ender and the live diamond draw. A board he can fire on against big blind peel. And yeah, one blind makes sense. Chris is going to have all those sort of hands that can't even call for one blind on this board, so you can bet very small. And look at that, even when he's got an ace, he just wants to call. Bingo on the turn for Juan Pardo. Now we can start sizing up quite big. And we kept a lot of hands in, but a lot will continue here. There's lots of pair plus straight draw, pair plus flush draw combos out there, so yeah, go 14, 2/3 pot. This does get quite icky when you got Juan Pardo opening from that position, firing twice here. Nice. Chris Bryce with the one pair no draw combo, giving that up. Might see him cool with a hand like king queen with the queen of diamonds, but folding an ace with no diamond, no straight draw. "22 minutes until the free roll kicks off over on Party Poker, guys. Password is 5 millions guaranteed. You can see it atop the screen there. Free roll is called Millions Online Free Roll. Easy enough to find in the lobby there. If you type that in the search, and you have the relevant filters ticked. As you see in the chat there, the Grand Prix Knockout Winter Series is off and running. We are playing towards the 500k guaranteed main event taking place in a couple of weeks. Please do check it out whilst you're on Party, getting in that free roll. Sebastian, we only won over 100 blinds, 7-5 suited. That's going to be right in his wheelhouse with this chip lead. Bryce getting way out of line here, popping up 10-6 from the cutoff. Wow. This is a little change in tack. Not sure about this one, guys. Ace check 9. All club flop. He's flopped the worst of it. Yeah, not wild about this one. Rock Dog, anyone make it through on a satellite? I'm going to guess that Brice may have done so. Chris Brice here with the 10-6. You know, he's had big scores in the past, but he's not a name that you see too often in these events. So I'm going to guess that he's qualified. I'm not sure how much for, but Delta Pecco password doesn't work. Oh, it looks like GT on the screen. Now that is, of course, 5 million guaranteed. And for that GTO nonsense, let's just go old school. Look at this. Chris Brice, just pop it up with the 10-6. Doesn't really matter. By the end, you can just blast them off it. How's that for your GTO? Ace King 10, couple of diamonds. Sebastian just going wild here. Wow. Wow. This is a little out there. I know there've been some out there. This one's a little bit more absurd, even by his standards. Up to 358 million in chips. One Pardo, popping up ace 10 on the button. Yeah, guys, what do we think? Anyone stop Sebastian other than Sebastian, perhaps? We saw him go a little while before against Chris, doubling him up. It feels to me like the only person who can really hurt him is himself. One of these missteps, perhaps going too far. Giro, welcome. I am alone tonight. Hopefully not for the duration. Hopefully we'll scrape the barrel, find someone else, but it looks like at the moment it is just little old me. Welcome, by the way. All of you have just joined us. You are watching the Millions Online main event final table. This is, of course, the $5 million guaranteed $5,000 buy-in event. First prize, $859,000. We are down to the final five, with everyone currently guaranteed $182,000. And when we came out from that break, it was 600, everyone was level. Ramiro's still here. But Sebastian, that's what I was trying to say, has retaken this lead up to 362, beginning to stretch it out. That ace queen holding against ace jack was very, very useful. Against our man Fabio, finished in 6th. And here we go. Like, the 10-3 suited are getting raised. All this kind of nonsense starting to happen. He's in a hurry. He's going to try and win this quickly. Zadelhoff peeling with an ace in the big, finds ace 10-6, but all diamonds. This is just not the flop that you want to see when you're him against Sebastian. These are the ones where you know you're just going to get put in a coffin. Well. Checks through flop, checks through turn. Just trying to get this 10 to showdown. Not going to do it though. Seems ace will win. Does Sebastian go for the... Does Sebastian try to make something better fold now? I don't think so. You know, the diamonds are calling. There's not much better than a6 to queen x. But then again, it's Sebastian. He tries to win every pot. Ace king for Bryce, checking back the queen 6-4, Pardo with the best of it, holding that 4, the 10, changing things quite a lot here. And Bryce going to get to connect with that a lot more. Pardo having to check, and bet now he might even do this. Albeit, he draws it out there. It's hard for Pardo to continue, but he does just check back Bryce. Well, it's another spot where a bet might do it, but he's really targeting a 4 or a 6. I think it looks like he's just happy to get the ace king to showdown. Going to get a walk here for Sebastian. Can't see Zadelhoff doing anything with deuce 4. And Pardo won't do anything with the deuce 9. And the 3-4 will take it down. All right. What's the question? Who's going to get further? Juan Pardo or Stephen Van Zadelhoff? Wow. Punt away, guys. Punt away. Pumba asking, is that Chris Brammer? I wish it was Chris Brammer. It's Chris Brice. Well, I'm pretty sure Chris Brice is happy it's Chris Brice. Is that Sebastian Safari? Also, I wish that was Sebastian Safari, but I don't know. It is not. It is, of course, Sebastian Sikorski. And Supernova, you're not wrong. Looking forward to that one tomorrow. Brighton Chelsea. Well, I say looking forward to it. I did say earlier I'm really keen for it, but as soon as we go 3-0 down, I might be less keen. Pumba, giving some deep knowledge there. Kunkawap, there's a name I've not heard for a while. Sebastian, 2 10s on the button. And, well, when Pardo went bananas with the ace-3 suited earlier, I don't think this is going to do the same thing here. Very different situation. But let's see. He's going to get the option to make a mistake. Over 50 deep, though. I think he may just call here. With a suited ace. Ooh! Chris Bryce. Hello. Hello. Cold 4-bet jamming. Just under 40 with Jack 10. And it's going to be very hard for Sebastian to call this. This has taken me by surprise. I think Sebastian's going to give him the benefit of the doubt here. Having said that, when you are a lunatic, you call off more. Here we go. All of a sudden, a 240k pot. Chris Bryce at risk, holding Jack 10 against 2 10s. And needs a 9 or a Jack. Oh my word, he finds the Jack on the end. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a difference that's going to make to this tournament. Sebastian was 1 card away from having half the chips in play. Chris Bryce was 1 step away from going from chip leader to out in 5th. And all of a sudden, it equalizes again. Van Zadelhoff, Sikorski, and Bryce all even with 240k. 240 million, pardon me. Well, catch your breath. Catch your breath. That was nearly tournament all but over in my mind. Sebastian had half the chips with 4 left. Chris Bryce just... I don't know what that was. Other than he had enough. And he took a shot. Well, we see a much calmer flop this time. Ace-7 for Sebastian with the best of it. Bryce... 2-8's missing, but not looking dead on that flop, and Van Zadelhoff with a 7. And the 5 kicker works with him. Wow, wow, wow. I can't quite get my head around that one. I think Chris Bryce has played very nicely, but Jack 10 offsuit as the cold 4-bet rip. I don't know, what do we think, guys? I know it's Sebastian and he's going to be 3-bet folding the most. But that seems a little out there. Free roll kicking off in 5 minutes. Please do head on over to Party. It's called the Millions Online Free Roll. It's $500 in the pot, and the password is 5 millions guaranteed, as written atop the screen there. Yeah, Bardenson, the misclick. I'm not sure about that one. The old misclick slide across always to the right and then press raise. I like to give people misclicks a lot, to be fair. Any regular viewers will know I'm always... Oh, it must be a misclick. Must be a misclick. Bryce top 2 on ace 5 deuce, and look at this, Zadelhoff getting a little frisky, defending with king high, jack of diamonds. He's seen enough. They all saw that jack 10 rip over, and you're like, ah, okay, hang on a second. What is this character up to? Diamond on the turn, not ideal. Check back, and well, this feels like a mandatory bluff spot for Zadelhoff, having called on the flop with king high, with a diamond, finding a diamond, panic run out of this. You got to stab, especially when Brice checks back turn, and well, a pretty easy call for Brice, all things considered. I say pretty easy. I mean, it's just a hand you got to call with, but it's not like it's not an amazing spot. But you just never fold. Zadelhoff back below 200 million. Chris Brice now in the lead with that pot. Renan, how far? You're not wrong. The free roll is about to start. The tables have popped up. I don't think I see any view on here. Ah, maybe one. I say this because of the flags on offer. Brice popping it up once more. Ramiro's seen enough. He's going to have a go. 3 bets the ace 9 in the cutoff. Come on, guys. Jump in this free roll. Who's about? Who's not in yet? Four, 3-3 when Brice defends. Now on these silly spots for Ramiro, I guess we're going to bet like the ace 9 high combos. You can make some better fold. Just make the pot easier. Yeah, small bet. There we go. Make king high fold. Obviously, we're beating the king high, but the pot's so important by that point. That's okay. We can live with that. Zadelhoff with the hand of the moment, the jack 10 offsuit, popping it up. Sebastian is just relentless. King 9 offsuit from the small blind goes, nope. Sikorski wants to win all of the pots all of the time. Who doesn't? But I mean, he tries to win all the pots all the time. That's the difference. Dunstan asking, there's some pros in this table. Well, I'm pretty sure 4 of them are pros. I'm not sure about Chris Brice. I don't know, but the rest most certainly are. Two 10s for Sebastian, popping it up. Ramiro with 2 3s in the big. We're just going to see a nice calm flop here. I feel no need for anything else. Let's have a little bit of normality for a moment. Jack 5 deuce, couple of diamonds. Not a bad flop for either, really. Sebastian will most likely continue. Just the one over. Certainly get value from worse. Has a diamond as a backup. And Ramiro, this is... you might just do an exploit fold here. You know Sebastian's going to make it so hard for you, but... Whoa, he does call. And I mean, calling's right. Just saying you can sometimes just wave the flag early, but you're going to do far from that. And it's an interesting spot now, actually, because Sebastian can definitely bet this again for value. You're up against 5x to deuce x. A lot of them have picked up draws. Those diamond draws are still there. The pair plus clubs have obviously picked up extra draws. So you can fire here and then check back rivers. I like that line a lot. Obviously, he's met with the check raise, and then it actually becomes relatively easy fold, especially when you're holding the 10 diamonds and 10 of clubs. But I thought relatively easy fold, but then I guess he thinks these guys are messing with him. Now half pot, he's got himself in a spot here, Sebastian, because all the draws have missed. And there we go. I mean, I guess if the same logic by which you call the turn makes the river call a lot easier because all the draws have missed. And Ramiro Petrone is suddenly picking up a $250 million chip pot. And out of nowhere, he is the chip leader. Sebastian is down to the shortest stack. I think if we're going to bet there and call raises, I think we're better off checking back on the turn. Again, this might be just easier saying it because I can see the cards, but wow, that's a curious hand. It's so hard because when you're Sebastian and you just know people might be losing their minds against you, you feel the need to call. But Ramiro just, I guess the deuce pairing is probably the best river card. I don't think Ramiro's check raising all two pairs. Certainly, probably not the ones that have a deuce, the weaker two pairs. So therefore, when the deuce pairs, it's a good thing for you rather than a bad thing. But at the same time, he could, I don't know. It seems a little optimistic. You can have all the straights. And yeah, you can still have some of those hands. You can still have threes, fives. Yeah, Dina says it's going to be hard for Sebastian to forget about that hand. Potentially, yeah. Maybe that sets him off the wrong way. Do we see some singeing? Is there a little heat coming from that seat? Hard to tell with Sebastian, to be fair, because it always looks like he's on tilt because he plays so aggressively. But again, it's easy. We're looking at the cards, guys. I'm throwing criticism at that. It's very different when you're in game in flow, and like I say, Sebastian, just by virtue of how he plays, has to make a lot more big calls than most of us do when you're playing, because these guys are gonna be forced to play back at you. You push everything towards the edge. So, Ramiro, the new chip leader, popping up Queen 8, C7, 6, 4, 1 with top pair and backdoor nut hearts. Ramiro with the gut shot 2 overs. There's some things can happen here. I think Ramiro might just check this back. It's not quite enough, I don't think, to go barreling. If it was the 7 of spades on board, it'd be a very different scenario. Against big blind peel. Juan Pardo checks again. I suppose any 5 is straight. I guess you want to check some strong hands here, and top pair with the ace of hearts, maybe one of them. I might have seen a little bet here as well. And now he faces an overbet on the turn. Well, this is where it's quite nice to have this hand, I guess. The strongest one pair hand, or theoretically the strongest one pair hand that's going to be out there. Check calls turn. And yeah, another big bet. The problem with this is how many straights does Juan Pardo check the turn with? Does he not just come out leading those? Probably. So yeah, nicely done by Ramiro. Just recognises it's kind of 2 pair at best. And when Juan Pardo's called pot with 1 pair on that turn, you kind of do have to fold the river, I guess. You're going to have some better to call with some of those 2 pairs, some sets perhaps. You don't have to then start calling off with all the 1 pairs as well. Fascinating hands cropping up. All right, we're going to kick it up ever so slightly. 3.5 million big blind, and I'm going to limp it in. Sebastian says, do you not know by now that's not going to work? Pops it up. Well, I think Pardo knows that's not going to work, but with Queen 8 suited, certainly good enough to continue with, and he does continue, and it's the two short stacks battling out with 22 million chips already in the middle. Pardo flopping top pair. Go then. Sebastian firing shell number 1. 10 pairs turn. That's not a great card from him. Obviously, Pardo's gonna. Yeah, I quite like this actually from Pardo. I was about to say he gets to have quite a bit of 10x. He's going to limp call with all of those suited connectors. This board's a bit more him than the razor. And the 10 pairs, Sebastian's going to check back a lot of the hands that do bet the flop with. So, therefore, it's kind of a good spot to lead with some draws and also with some value. And Queen with an 8. Unblocking the draws. Seems like a reasonable one. Here we go. This could be interesting. Sebastian from the swing with 3s. If he limps here and Bryce raises, he may see something, guys. I can't rule anything out. This seems like it's going to be a limp rip. Given he just takes every spot. And here we go. It is a limp rip. I don't think Bryce is folding ace-jack, guys. Not against Sebastian. He's double thrown twice. Once making a very strong call off. Here we go. Here we go. Sebastian at risk of finishing in 5th, having been the overwhelming chip leader. Needs to hold the 2 3s against Chris Bryce's ace-jack. So far, so good. And fades the river. Wow, there were some cards there. Ace-jack or 10 on the end would have done it, but... Well... Sebastian back to 250 mil. Bryce back to being down to the shortest stack. These guys are throwing it back and forward. I don't think we're done with battles between the two of them. Wow, wow, wow. So then, it resets again. Sebastian gonna get back on it. Gonna get back raising. 7-9 also into the big blind. He doesn't care. He's popping it up. He's gonna get it through. No, he's not gonna get it through. All right, Ramiro taking it upstairs with 8 deuce. This isn't crazy, guys. I mean, there's very few hands you can't peel with from the big blind. Whoa! 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 This is old school stuff here. Wow. Bad to say, you know, you take the 8 deuce, you can't peel with it. So instead of folding it, you turn some of those into your 3 bets. But Sebastian just doesn't care. Sebastian's like, yeah, well, how many hands are you going to 3 bet go with? Bear in mind with first and second and chips. Obviously that works the other way, but Sebastian's got the image of someone who doesn't care. And someone doesn't care, you kind of, you can't really put ICM pressure on them. This is brilliant stuff. Anything can happen at any time. Exactly, Razor, exactly. Sebastian popped up King 5 suited. Chris, he's got Jack 10 clubs this time. I mean, double Jack 10 twice. First time calling it down over 3 streets. And then flop top pair and improving to a boat. Second time getting in pre-flop cold 4-bet jamming over Sebastian and spiking Jack on the river. Sebastian just gets back the chips, doesn't he? Just kind of works out. It's back to 300 million. I feel like he should be out, or he should be on 700 million by now. But he shouldn't be on 300 million. It's the it's the one number he shouldn't have. I mean, the way he plays, this could have been over already. Again, this is kind of works nicely for Zadelhoff and Pardo. They're very likely to get ladders the way this is going down. Not that I think Sebastian did anything wrong with the threes. I think it's pretty much a limp Jan spot against Brice, but we're seeing them throw plenty of other hands into the mix. No, blind on blind. Stephen flopping second pair, gonna check it. Now Pardo to, well, he's gonna stab with Jack high. This will get met with a call. And it checks through turn. River completes what would have been some backdoor barrels, but it's hard for Pardo to kind of rep that. Having check back turn, you're gonna fire off those straight draws and diamond draws on the turn when you bet flop. But here we go, you got a jack and a diamond. And even the 4. So he does take it upstairs and pass that off. The 6 obviously blocking some of those straights, but no diamond. Nicely done. Nicely done indeed by Juan Pardo. I mean, just saying it. I think he barrels a lot of the diamond combos and the straight draw combos, but not all. Players like Pardo can obviously be super balanced. All right, well, here we go again. Round 2 with these two. Sebastian in the small with ace-jack. Bryce with 2 4s in the big. Are they going to get it in again? I think they are, to answer my own question. Anything that could stop them here would be Juan Pardo popping this up, and that's what he's going to do. But even that might not stop it, because I think Sebastian's going to 3-bet, and if Bryce is cold 4-bet ripping Jack 10 offsuit, I think he's cold 4-bet ripping 2 4s. Ah, that's one way to do it. Take decision away. That's the only way. See, this is a case in point here, guys, that, you know, sometimes folding these spots in the button. I'm not saying Juan Pardo should fold Queen 9 on the button, but sometimes folding the marginal spots on the button when you've got 2 players behind who are just desperate to get in against each other can be really profitable, because if you folded here, those two will be playing a flip and Pardo will be 50-50 to ladder up another spot. As it is, he raised and saved Bryce from the potential of busting. When it's quite easy for those two to get it in when they're playing 30 bigs blind on blind. That's the thing. It's different if they got like 50, then obviously you're going to raise with a much more frequency. because they're not likely to get it in. But those two are going to get 30 bigs in pretty easily. But you just want to tighten up a little bit on the button. Again, raising queen 9 is fine, obviously. But some of the lighter ones you definitely want to avoid in that spot. Bryce with the king on the button. And then blind on blind, Ramiro finds top pair on this king, queen, queen. Van Zadelhoff, jack high, jack of hearts. Sorry guys, I was distracted there. I was playing one out in the free roll. And, well, I think I got bluffed. Razor, I'd love to see Sebastian's hand histories from the start to the finish in this tournament. You're not wrong. Interesting viewing. Van Zadelhoff would probably have called a bet on the flop with the jack of hearts on that board, but harder to call on the turn with no backdoor appearing. Bryce popping up with 2 4s. All right, he's going to get 3-bet by Petrone here with the aces on the button. And now there's not been a lot of this going on. I'm hoping for Bryce's sake that he's not going to go for one of these crazy 4-bets again. Misread the situation. Cold 4-bet with Jack 10 was rather wild. Can't rule anything out. Let's see. Don't do it. Don't do it, Chris. He has done it. He's ripped it in. I kind of thought he might. Petrone with the easiest call in poker. You got the boots. You press call. And you just try and hope to hold. Chris Bryce, the one-time chip leader, at risk of elimination once more. Needs help once more. King, queen, 6, all clean so far, and holds on being clean. Well, Chris Bryce, he entertained. He definitely didn't go quietly into the night. Picks up 5th place for 182,000. And it catapults Ramiro into the clear lead with 434 million of the 1 billion chips in play. Sebastian on his heels, and then the other two in a kind of waiting game with each other. Juan Pardo and Steven Van Zadelhoff. Just really enjoying watching everyone lose their minds, put it in pre-flop. Well then, down to 4. Over $250,000 locked up. Juan Pardo limping in, Sebastian unsurprisingly punishing, but Juan Pardo with king 6 of diamonds certainly good enough to continue. Yeah, checking back Queen Jack 9. You can't continue on that board when Juan Pardo's limp called. It just smashes his range. Had to get out of the way there. Can't win them all, and certainly can't win it now. I mean, say can't win it now. Sebastian, he's got a club. He might try and do something silly here, but no. Even Sebastian's going to just let the occasional pot go. Sebastian King Jack in the small. They should play one out here with Ramiro. Ace 10-4 in this limp pot removed. Actually in the lead, but should he catch one of his gin cards, i.e. the non-heart queen, he'll be in big trouble because Sebastian has that Broadway gut shot draw. Eight on the turn. And this one should check through it. Then Sebastian actually may end up winning this pot because Mira's bet kind of for protection, but not really getting anything worse to call on the flop. 10 pairs. I mean, Sebastian might just think King High is good enough, try and get to showdown, but yeah, he does. Ramiro's going to be more than happy to check back with the 4 and win this pot. He may even try and bluff this himself, actually. No, okay. I say bluff this. I don't know what you'd be trying to bluff him off. It's just a clear check back. My head's getting foggy, boys and girls. That was always playing out that way. Well, we might have lost some of the dynamic with Bryce departing. Don't know who's going to be the next to stand up to Sebastian. I guess Ramiro with position and the stack makes sense. Down to our final 4. 4 very well-known established pros battling out for the Millions Online title. Who's your money on? Well, guys, that is it for now. We are on another break. When we come back, more of this action here on the Millions Online main event. Final table right here, Party Poker. Wow, well, this is going to be curtains unless he finds a spade. He flops the nut flush draw. Anton trip 10s. Anton won't be able to believe his luck. All in, snap call. Well, Anton's going to be pretty sick to see he's not got Carl dead.
Nice flop.
But he's in great shape for this 1.25 million chip pot.
Nice flop out, wasn't it?
Oh, with the 8 outs, needs a spade. 7. Oh, wow. King on the river gives him a flush. For Anton, a full house.
That's playing with you, mate. That's playing with you. Good luck, boys. Have a nice evening if you're still here.
For 179,000 would have been that's like a 40 big blind shove. So I actually prefer the call over the shove.
Seat 6
or the raise. Wow.
Yes, wow is right. See,
Wow,
3 check.
even more of a wow.
Why is Kuhn checked there? Is it just that it was too strong? I mean, you've got Locke in the small blind who's, you know, a bit of a loose cannon.
I'm so confused right now. The fact that
can't overall. You don't need to slow play your hands when Jeff Gross has flatted you and Phil Locke is in the pot, right?
both of their check. I mean, Jason's check surprises me more than JG's check, but they both still surprise me. I can't believe that this has gone check.
So is Jason Kuhn thinking to himself, I need to just check because Locke is liable to just move all in at any point with nothing? Is that possible?
I guess that's his rationale, but at the same time, he's capable of doing that on any street. How this has gotten to the river without a bet it's scary.
Seat 6 bet 30,000.
Wow.
It's an absolutely sick river card, and Jeff Gross is going to get just so lucky. He's not going to lose a chip right now. He's not going to lose a chip.
It's amazing how all these situations they always work out for Jeff Gross. Like no matter what the situation.
JG,
like,
PBF.
He should be broke in this hand. You know,
should be broke in this hand.
And somehow he found a way to get away for just a pre-flop
Seat 3
raise.
raise 110 total.
I don't even know if Phil Locke's going to call here, and I just wonder if I mean, it's not just because of the hands out there that Jason Kuhn's made a mistake, right? I mean, he's made a mistake here.
I think so. I can never see that Jason is taking this line as a bluff against someone like Phil Locke, who's just proven to be so reckless.
What a strange hand.
It was the perfect river too to create this situation. I mean, only an ace would have made this happen.
It's probably just a chop. They're probably just stealing with the chop.
And that's a very, it's not a terrible assessment.
I feel like if you had an ace, you might have c-bet the flop, ace queen.
I think Jason, that's the other thing. Jason could be raising here. He could be raising here with a weak ace, knowing that Phil does not have a 4 and does not have ace king.
You might just have ace queen. You could have like ace 9. No, maybe. Doubtful. Oh my god, kid.
At this point, I think that Phil is calling for a chop if he's calling.
Sure than nothing.
Yeah.
That's a good bluff.
Kid,
I folded a good hand.
I found a way to lose that hand. I don't know how.
Could be the one. Ace, 9, 3, 2.
And it just goes check. How's that?
What's going on here? Sam checks back aces here.
Oh, he checked it back, huh? Okay.
Yeah, pool bets. Now does Sam raise?
I would be inclined to raise here. I guess Sam's hoping to boat up on the river and...
He's open for the 5 of spades. Oh my god.
Oh, there it is.
How have I just said that?
Oh my god.
You
called it.
For the 5 of spades.
He's called it.
The 5 of spades rips off. Well,
5 of spades. That was Sam's plan all along.
This
Honestly,
is a disaster card for Newey.
Who's shuffling these decks? I think he needs to take a little bit longer here.
$16,000 the bet. I can't see full forward in this, especially as he's losing. There's time. What more time it took against Michael when he was Crazy Mike? He folds.
Wow.
What a getaway there.
That is quite the fold.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Millions Online main event final table. What a final table it's been thus far. Yeah. Eventually, though, there had to be some movement, and we are down to the final 4. And ooh, hello. Sebastian's taken a lump out of Ramiro, if I'm not mistaken. Those stacks were the other way around before the break. I'm not sure if it was it wasn't a full double, because Sebastian was close to 300 million himself, but taken a big lump, that's for sure. And well, they're going to clash once more here. Zadelhoff's going to make it a 3-way affair. One assumes with this ace-8 of spades from the big. He and Juan Pardo, like I say, just probably still thinking this could be some easy ladder ups here. And well, Is Ramiro about to get a chunk of those chips back, flopping top 2 on this King Jack 10 while Sebastian flops top pair backdoor diamonds? Let's go. 25 million in there. Van Zadelhoff with a gut shot to Broadway as well. Guys, I've got some tickets to give away after this hand. In fact, I've got tickets to give away from the last hour as well, because I forgot to announce them. So there's 6 tickets coming up in a moment. Ramiro just calls on King Jack 10. And 5. Thought for a second it was a 3. That would have caused some carnage. Normally I'd say Sebastian checks back here, but Sebastian, so I'm expecting him to sort of bet here and go to check back rivers. Yeah, big bet as well. 40 mil kind of removes any option for Ramiro here to do anything but call. And yeah, this should now be a check back. I actually like how this one's played out. I wonder if Ramiro finds any lead here. Be a little optimistic. Don't know how you balance that, but yeah, just check in and letting Sebastian fire off should he have missed. But obviously Sebastian has way enough. And I like that one. I think that's well played. Right then, guys, those tickets. Well, remember to win all these, all we have to do is click follow on our channel. But from an hour ago, they were Ban QN, Peggy55, Bob MC. Those 3 won the tickets the last hour. As I say, what we have to do is click follow on this channel, with a chance of winning them. And this, the last 3 are Tiger Woods, good name, of course, Ivan Leon, and Missy Devil 50. So names are all in the chat there. There's 6 of $11 tickets. What you have to do is click follow on this channel to give them a chance of winning those tickets. Easy. Now, back to the action. I think this file's going to slow down a lot, guys. Bryce and Sebastian were going hard for leather. The other 3 here have all been playing it very smart, I think. Bubanator, if we win as USA, can we get them? I'm not sure you can. But I don't know. Someone answer. I'm going to go with probably not. Unfortunately. Juan Pardo. What's the problem with this? He's betting ace high on this king a8, and then Sebastian's just going to go after you. Obviously, calling an ace high on these boards is pretty good, but I mean, he's going to have to bet call, like I say, with ace high on this board as played, and just trust that Sebastian's going to shut down. I think that's a big, it's a big ask, trusting Sebastian to shut down. Of course, Sebastian wasn't just wild there. There is some method to having Jack 7 with the 7 of diamonds, but look at this. Doesn't pick up any additional and just goes blasting. There we go. It's just relentless. I love it. Again, I'm not going to second guess Juan Pardo, but in my mind, I wouldn't be leading ace highs there. Sebastian 6-3 suited on the button. This will be played. Liam Walker 2K7. That's not fair on us who already follow. Why is that? Why is that not fair? If you already follow, why is that not fair? Should we give all the prizes to the person who first ever followed this channel? Would that be fair? I don't know. Seems fair to me. Divvy it up amongst the followers. Sebastian, backdoor club's going to bet. Stephen with ace high. Again, queen 7-7. Not a board you can fold the ace high, but at the same time, it's really hard to imagine scenarios where Sebastian doesn't fire again. Well, he picks up a gut shot draw. You didn't need an invitation. Yeah, like you just got to slow down a little bit, but I'm not going to be the one to assume he's going to slow down now. He bets small. Interesting. Maybe just going after these hands. But I don't think ace high even folds for this sizing, not against him. Oh, it does. There we go. There we go. Does get the fold. Yeah, Sebastian just... He's not walking into it. That's the one thing I will say. But Stephen and Juan there made like good calls on the flop. One was a bet call, one was a straight call, and you know, they had the nothing hand. They had the hand that does fold turn. Eventually they're going to have the hand that calls turn and calls river. Pardo, 3-bet ace-5 against that button raise over Ramiro. You know, it's a rare instance where Sebastian's not in the pot. Pardo stretches slightly out versus Stephen. That's what he wants to do here. He wants to put a little bit of a gap, put the pressure on Stephen to gamble it up, as it were. And well, this is the spot he may gamble up indeed. King Queen against Ramiro's open. One presumes here with the Queen 10. Sebastian, 9 deuce off. Even he's not going to play this one, surely. It's worth noting as well. I think Stephen is going to flat here. He's going to flat here with some strength on the button with Sebastian behind. Definitely going to try and induce some squeezes. 10-10-7. All Ramiro. Fires 1/3. Unfortunately for him, Stephen has King Queen no club. Can't really do anything there. For that stack size. Pardo. Deuce tray on the button. Can I let Sebastian go after his man Ramiro? The two big stacks once more. Blind on blind. We'll play one out. Ace 4-5. Blind on blind. Sebastian. Well, should be a check. Is a check. Scary when he checks though. I'd be suspicious. Turn 7 brings no draw to Ramiro. It's weird. I don't think any of these guys are really going to step out of line to Sebastian in these small pots. I think they're all waiting to get him in a big one. They're all waiting to find him blast off when they've got something. Problem with that is You've got to find something before you run out of chips. Sebastian checking this one over. Ramiro now just with a sort of lock on this hand, having that queen, he's going to feel very strong. And yeah, overbets it like that. I would be suspicious that Sebastian's got something, given he hasn't stabbed at this once, but nice fold. He's absolutely destroying them. Yeah, it's the old thing though, isn't it? Works every time until it doesn't. He's blasted and they're not finding anything. That strategy doesn't last for forever. So one rap asking, who is Sebastian? Well, Sebastian is Sebastian Sikorski, aka Pocket 00 online, a former world #1 on Pocket 5s. Someone I've known for a very long time. I say known, don't know personally, but battled with back in the decades previous. Is King 7 going to be raised? That is the question. Question of the moment. Of course it is. I'm Pardo with Ace 3 of Hearts. Remember, he himself very fortunate to still be here. Was it 9 left? Was it 8 left? I think 9 left at the time when he 4-bet ripped Ace 3 into the 2 kings of Andras Nemeth. Spiked the ace on the river just to survive. Anderson, do you have any Swedes on the farm? No, we did not, I'm afraid. No Swedes, but more surprising perhaps, no Brazilians in this day and age. No Brazilians getting through the net. Guys, you've still got 38 minutes left to register for the Millions online free roll over on Party Poker. Password, top of the screen there. 5 millions guaranteed. Come on in, the water's warm. 500 bucks in the pot. It's free. It's a roll. What do you want? Man Magic, ask if I'm playing. I am playing. I think I'm about to... Actually, I think I'm about to make a good call. Nah, it feels like I'm going to make a really ambitious raise. No, I'm going to make a call. Ambitious raise might have worked. I made a cool one a pot. But I'm not doing as well as you though, if you're sat in 100th. I've only got 100k. Pardo gets the river with the best of it. And then Zadelhoff slipping below 100 million. Sebastian with a little under half the chips in play. Who's going to be the first to breach that mark? Surely it's Sebastian. Babonete, a lot of Spanish players at F1. We have Juan Pardo from Spain and Ramiro Petrone from Argentina. Thanks, Anderson. Nice to hear. I'm with you. Here we go then. Well, yeah, he has to raise this one. Jack 10 for 5 and that'll be the end of it, but unfortunately for him it wasn't a raised pot really. That's the sort of board we might see Sebastian take off on, but ace 3 no diamond in a limp pot, not going to be one. Yeah, I managed not wrong. It was long yesterday. Yeah, this tournament used to have more entries and be a 4-day, kind of condensed to 3-day. Made for a long day yesterday for the guys, but that's okay because the people who are playing the long day are only a handful at the end, and their adrenaline keeps you going when you're chasing down the best part of $1 million. Nice day one just finishes when you get the money. Obviously, the structure just being so good in this event meant that it was always going to be. You always needed one long day in there to get this done in 3 days. I think it makes sense to have that long day be the second day. This pot's picking up size, but I think that will be the end of it in terms of growth. Maybe we see a little dance here. I don't know. There's just gap now between Juan Pardo and Van Zadelhoff that I think Juan Pardo's going to start playing very cautiously. Yeah, Supernova is only long because Sats was still running, so there's a bit of delay. Yeah, it was. Ooh, well, there's a bit of blood spilled here. It was dead a little bit yesterday. I think it started an hour late because, like you said, the Sats were still running, the day ones or whatever were still running. But it was still a long day. I think it was a 9-hour stream. I know I didn't do the last 3. I was only there for the first 6 or so, but it's quite long. Well, that makes it a chop. There weren't many cards that do that. King, Queen, or Jack, or the Ace, I suppose. Good news for Juan Pardo. Bad news for Ramiro. He was hoping to be up against this sort of situation. An inferior Ace. When you get called on this board now, it's like, well, you're hoping it's a hand like Queen, Jack, or Jack 10. That's about all we beat now. Yeah, it doesn't even try and get value against those. Ramiro popping it up with Queen 7 of diamonds. Stephen Van Zadelhoff next to King Jack of diamonds. Right, is this a line he's going to draw? It is. He rips it in, and we'll get it through. Alright, Van Zadelhoff, King 5, not going to be played. Juan Pardo, is he going to venture into the pot with King 8, given the 2 stacks pined? I think not. Just Van Zadelhoff sat there, and Sebastian applying maximum pressure to Ramiro. And he just lets this go. Yeah, Sebastian with a very small raise, 7.7. I mean, these guys are playing 100 deep. It's more of a tickle than a raise. Queen deuce deuce. Well, I guess you stab and you make all these kind of hands fold. 10 highs and jack highs, of course, it would fold that are better. But also just all sorts of garbage that has equity has to fold. It's never a bad thing. One Pardo, A6 of diamonds. This one will get played, and he gets to attack Van Zadelhoff, which is always that bit nicer when you're the third of 4. If you can take chips from the 4th, that is the dream. Of course, take chips from anywhere, but they spend that bit sweeter when you take them off the man you're trying to separate yourself from. And there we go. He does that. 9 deuce, king deuce, not getting played. Ace 7 suited for Ramiro. I kept myself quiet there because I wasn't sure that Sebastian wasn't going to play the 6-8, and here he goes. Ramiro, I could say 100 deep. Given it's Sebastian, I mean, normally I'd say, yeah, we just go ahead and 3-bet these spots against someone who's opening so liberally. But it's Sebastian, and like I say, you can't assume he's going to play by the rules. He's showing he doesn't like playing by the rules, and therefore, I think just here is the play. But this gives the, kind of the benefit of playing the way Sebastian's played up to now means he gets away with these kind of things. Gets to see a flop here with 6-8, so when he opens onto the gun, it's actually a better play than it would be for everyone else. Wow. I didn't actually see the size there. I guess that was quite big if it got a fold from Ramiro. One Pardo going to look to play a pot with this ace-queen. Does Stephen give a stab at jack 8 suit for the button? I'd imagine so, and then Juan Pardo just going to rifle it in over the top. Does he make a sizing that he can get away from it if Sebastian goes all in and behind? Jim Lad, welcome. Good evening. Nice to have you with us, as per usual. So you're knocking around on Twitter earlier. I figured you'd be along sooner rather than later. It's going to go for a while, yeah. It may do. It may be over in 5 minutes. You never do know. I'd say if things had run out slightly different earlier, if this was a Bryce-Sebastian final still, then it could be over a lot quicker than it is now. It's definitely calmed down since we lost the other protagonist. But we all know this can change in a flash. Juan, Pardo 10-8 on the button. And while Juan Pardo makes way from the button, we make way for a new face in the box. I say a new face. It's an old face returning. Jamie, my man, how are we?
I'm doing great, man. How are you, James?
I'm very good. I'm very good. Now I gather you're fresh off a not too bad result yourself. Is that right?
It was a good day yesterday. I don't need a good score to come hang out with you, James, though. This is not a thing where like I'm doing a press tour on the score. I'm just here to hang because I like high stakes poker. But yeah, it was a good day yesterday. We won the 530 millions online knockout for 60K.
Nice. There we go.
So yeah, took it down on day 2. I think there's 120 that started the day. We came in with the chip lead and took it down, man.
Oh wow, a little wire to wire, huh?
Yes. Yeah, I did lose it for a second there in the middle, but it's good to actually
I hope you
hold
didn't
one.
panic,
I know that's tough to do.
Yeah, that's nice, and always nice to win those bounty events. Just that little bit sweeter at the finish, huh?
It is good.
Juice.
You know, it's an interesting one
Well,
because first place was 35K, and I took home like 61 because I think the 2 biggest bounties in the tournament exited in like 4th and 8th. So it was kind of a rare bounty where the biggest bounties weren't at the end, which is kind of uncommon, actually. Yeah. So
Yeah.
a little bit smaller than I would have expected. I was thinking 70 or so, but ended up being a bit smaller.
That's gonna be pretty hard, yeah, as you say, for those bounces then not to be the ones. Well, I don't know if you've managed to see any of this up to now, but we've got some misbehaviour here, Jamie, on this table. Sebastian here, our man, has been kind of he's trying to do you really. He got the lead early yesterday, and he came into final with the lead. He's been up and down. He's been all in at risk, but he's reclaimed the lead here and trying to bring it home.
So would it be fair to say that Sebastian is playing aggressively? Would that be fair, being very broad with our interpretation in this replayed stream, of course?
It'd be fair to say he's a man who, well, he has the ICM page in his dictionary taken out, I think is
right. Okay.
fair to say. He doesn't believe in such rules. He just goes
like
hard
it.
as every moment he can. It's fun. Yeah, it's fun to watch. Obviously, things are starting to separate a bit now with Juan Pardo Dominguez stretching ahead of Steven van Zadelhoff here. So we're getting I guess those are the seats, Jamie, you'd say probably the most interesting on this final table right now. The other two so deep, but the 2 shorter stacks really where the interest is.
Yeah, they wanna outlast. I think it's tough for Sebastian and Ramiro to really tangle for 100 blinds. Like it's difficult. You know, if Sebastian's really wild, you could see it. But most of the time, players don't, start 3-betting 40% when you're so deep. It just doesn't really work. People start calling, play post flop. So, who can survive this? Probably close to 100K pay jump, I'm guessing. Something like that.
Yeah, at least I have to double check what the payouts were again. I actually closed the lobby to not spoil it for myself. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. But yeah, you say that this has been fun, and the kind of idea that Sebastian and Ramiro can't get it in. But every time Ramiro's 3-bet so far, Sebastian's like, yeah, I know that, you know that, but I don't care about that. So he just clicks 4-bet with the 9-7 off and the 6-3 and the whatever. He just doesn't care, and he's been doing that since yesterday. It's brilliant to watch.
like it.
Here he is trying to knock Juan Pardo off the hand exactly like this. Juan Pardo with the check raise. Here we go.
Wow.
They're good. They're going to fight back against this guy. Have some of that. Got an 8.
Well, that is a really nice pot for Juan because it puts a lot of different distance between them and Steven. Still, they feel like tons of pressure here. Not exactly with aces, but with most hands, they wanna survive to third at least. Wow. Okay.
I mean, anything could happen here. Genuinely, I mean, Sebastian's at a very high raise frequency in these limp spots. I assume we're going to see another limp here.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you: is your default? It's gonna be the limp call, James? Or are you gonna go for the limp raise? What's gonna be the approach?
I think in a lot of situations he'd go limp raise, but I think against this opponent he may risk it by going for the limp call and just giving him all the rope. Aha! All right, we get a check back, a rare check back from Sebastian.
Not what you want to see with aces. You're excited.
Yeah. Against you got the lunatic with the chip lead behind you. You got the aces. You think, hello, this could be a defining pot. Mate, it just isn't going to be now. 5 pairs the turn. I mean, I guess Sebastian could call a bet, but I don't really see him betting with king high here. And there it is. The minimum, Jamie, the minimum. This is brilliant when Sebastian just checks his back and it's like, nicely played, buddy.
Oh man, it's just you are demoralized at this moment. You know, your mindset really is into the gutter. Even if you think it was right, you've got to know how it looks, and that hurts. You do know that.
Yeah. I always find those ones are so much better live when the person just has to sheepishly turn over the aces. Like, show the ace and just try and take the pot. Do I have to show the other one? Like,
And the other player on the other side of it, James, always goes, nice hand, and he'll give a quick look around, you know, give a quick look at the table. Nice hand, quick look at someone, you know, like he's just this subtle signal, like, wow, big pot, the little deal, with the extra look around the table. We all know it. Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a rare spot where you get to needle the winner. Like you're just like, oh yeah, nice one, well done.
Yeah,
good pot. Sebastian with another tickle from the small raising, Jamie, in these spots is kind of curious, right? 100 bigs deep, raising from the small when the sizing is basically, I mean, a limp accomplishes pretty much the same thing. I don't really know these spots that well.
I've been learning them a little bit, and one of my takeaways has been that there's very little limping on final tables. It's pretty rare from a math and game theory point of view to where that's what people want to do in pretty much every spot. So that was something I deployed yesterday, was pretty much raise or folding. I don't think I flatted once the whole final table. I think I just only 3-bet or fold and opened or fold. So didn't even lip a small blind. I don't know how far that goes, James. Like, obviously it's a wild world. Poker is so complex. Everything changes so dynamically over these stack sizes, but
it's pretty rare you get the four-handed in a tournament. You're talking about 100 big blind deep scenarios, blind and blind, but that's what we're at here. Like you say, with ladders are plenty. I guess you just want to give people maximum chance to fold. And I guess it depends on your image as well, like I say. So it's hard for these guys to play back against Sebastian because he just doesn't seem to care. Ramiro does go for the limp. What are we looking at? 25 behind.
Pressure's kind of off Steven here. Is going to end up fourth a decent percentage of the time, whether they like it or not. So I think, feels the least pressure, at least if I'm Steven. You know, you have nothing to lose really, or the least amount to lose.
A little bit of freedom, the freedom of destruction. Like you're near the edge. You give it a go, you roll the dice. Guys, free roll, you've got 17 minutes left to register if you want to get in there. It is the Millions online free roll. Password is 5 millions guaranteed, as written on top of the screen there. So please do come on in before you forget, before the next break. And give it a go. Jamie's not in it, doesn't need it. He's too busy winning million side events. So this one's open.
It's the
you win the. Can you go back-to-back days, win 60k one day, and then take down the free roll the next? That'll be I bet no one's done that before.
I don't think so. It is possible. I don't think it's likely. if I'm honest with you, James. I don't know if you get this, but like after a big win, and big is relative, right? After a win where you're hyped up about it, you're excited about it. The next day, I've got like a win hangover, and I didn't have any alcohol last night. It's just like you're just a little frazzled, you know. It might be a stream thing too, but it's just the emotions are all over the place. You're high, you're low, you're all over the place. Yeah, I feel like inebriated a little bit. Like, wow, what's going on today? A little hazy. So I wouldn't have a chance in the free roll today.
For sure,
that's smack around.
That's normal, I think, when you've the next day, like you say, emotionally. And I say, I mean, I don't speak from experience of streaming, playing such events, but that's got to add a lot to it as well, man. Because you're just so open, aren't you? Emotionally, you're on there, you're on the stream, you're on the camera, you're talking to people. It's just hypes everything up. So yeah, that's good. It's gonna tire you out.
You know what it was too? Was that one, that final table, I was card dead for a lot of it. And the big hands I picked up were jacks, and I folded the first 2 jacks. Like pre-flop folded jacks twice in what I thought was really difficult spots.
It's funny you say that, because Razor just put in the chat here saying, asking about that hand with 5 left, saying you folded jacks, and wondering if you've looked at it. I mean, have you sat down today and gone through some of those hands?
Not yet. I will.
Day? Yeah,
I will for sure. I'll definitely go through. I'll be consulting some of the Raise Your Edge crew that I talked to about some of those spots. I think the main principle is Juan and Sebastian here. Juan's got the best pot, but it's just tough for Juan to win the spot. That's the problem.
It is. And Sebastian's looking at that going, I've got all the back doors. I can, I can catch a 3 or a deuce.
Whoa. Check back. I'm betting if I'm Sebastian, bro. I am betting.
Throws in an anchor.
It's easy when we can see the hands. They're like, you could probably win this in the turn. So that Jack's hand, like I think one of those spots, man, where they were about 45 blinds deep or 50, and they were the chip leader, and I was tied for second with 8 left. And then with 5 left, I was like in third and went raise 3-bet. And the problem is in both of those spots is when I get called, my jacks are a bluff against that range, right? Like they are behind when called. And so,
sorry, just see Sebastian did go for the bet on the river, and Juan managed to click cool with king high.
Sick.
At the end. All right. There we go.
Wow. Sorry, I was babbling on about Jackson. I missed that.
No.
And so kind of, like, if we're gonna bluff, what's the most profitable bluffs, or what are the best bluffs to mix in with our value range there? And it probably ends up that Ace-5 of hearts is actually a better bluff than Jack-Jack, right? Because against their calling range, Ace-5 is doing better against jacks and queens and kings, and it makes it less likely they have aces and ace-king. So that's kind of the problem with jacks, is like they just, when called, they suck in that spot, and you just can't bust. So, yeah.
All right. They do indeed. They're deceptively poor. Yeah. For exactly the reasons you state. Although, we've got Sebastian here. He just takes any king as a good hand to 4-bet with, and doesn't care.
Yeah.
There was a fun one we had at the start of the final. I'm gonna say, was it? Stephen opened. Yeah, Stephen opened when there were 8 left or 9 left. Was second in chip. Sebastian was chip leader, and Sebastian 3-bet with king 5. Some nonsense from the small blind. Stephen 4-bet with ace queen, and Sebastian just rifled the whole lot in. Like 5-bet rips, king 5, start of the final, against the second chip leader. Just sit down, just let me do my thing and enjoy the show. And that's kind of like the train we've been on. But I was trying to piece together, reasons why we might take king 5, and that's part of it, man. Like the king's a nice card to have. What kind of hand is someone going to 4-bet call it off with on a final table with 9 left? They're going to want to have, like kings a lot of the time. They might trap with aces, Like this king is very relevant. Poor Stephen. Here he is with king high. Gutter. Sebastian has smashed one for once. Stephen below 20 bigs. As you said, one's stretched ahead a moment. The blinds went up a few minutes ago, so Stephen's slipping further towards the abyss. Rock Dog, if you place high in the free roll, that's a small bankroll for now. Exactly. That's the fun of these free rolls.
So I need info on this because I've heard Nout in the UK quite a bit, but like where in the UK specifically and Ireland would you hear Nout? You know, like is there a cutoff where you stop hearing Nout? Just a northern thing, Midlands as well?
Yeah, it might. In my head, I think it's like it was probably more widespread everywhere back in the day.
Really?
And now it's probably, I think so, I don't know. But yeah, you don't really hear it down south where I am. But
okay.
Yeah, I think it's a kind of more an old school English, which is those things have sort of held on in the north more. So I guess,
right.
I guess the north. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question.
Okay.
There we go.
For Nout, it's not bad. I do like it.
Yeah. I think it's... Yeah, probably the further north the more you hear it, I guess. Give me a lot to think about, Jamie. I wasn't expecting, questions on Old English slang.
Like I said, bro, listen, I'm all hazy today. I can't, man, this could go anywhere. We have no idea where this show's going to end up in the next 20 minutes here. It's dangerous.
We're starting safe, I guess, with now Juan Pardo gonna, all right, just flat this one.
Wow. So I mean, this is tough, right? Because when you're the bigger stacks and you see this, I mean, I'm thinking squeeze Reno. Like this is like Juan could slow play with aces. Like yeah, sure, could slow play the big pairs, but very likely is not. I'm just so hyped about a squeeze here if I'm one of these big stacks, right?
I'm with you. I think Juan's gonna have a few more traps just because Sebastian's behind. But yeah, when Steven's opening off sub 20, it feels like a lot of hands are just gonna raise go with, isn't he? So yeah, it does seem a little suspicious. Steven with king of clubs firing ace 8-4, and I guess for the same reason there, like you're saying, Jamie, he probably just puts his man on more of those Broadway kind of combos and less ace X, because you might expect like ace jack, ace queen, ace king to 3 bets. It does stab, and Ramiro overcalling with an 8 and a club.
Wow, Ramiro. And here's the thing with Juan as well. If Juan has ace 6 suited, it's going to be a 3-bet fold as well. It's not going to be a flat. So really, Juan is going to 3-bet most aces here. It is a pretty small ace flatting range in theory, I think. So, wow. And it's going to bet here as well. This is a wild hand, dude. It doesn't look wild, chat, but there's a lot of interesting decisions going on here.
Yeah, and Pardo's going to be very healthy after this. Well over the 200 million chip mark. Even worse for Steven.
Yeah. This is the stage where you just accept, okay, give me a semblance of a hand, because I'm ready now. I'm not afraid of getting fourth anymore.
Yeah. Here is the one. I'm giggling, Jamie. I'm being sent some horrible videos from my family right now on the side. They're having a delayed Christmas gathering, and they've decided to put the iPad on in the corner with my face on it, and they're just pretending to be asleep, which is quite nasty, isn't it? Like, what sort of family does that?
Come on, man. What's
That's
going
cruel,
on?
huh? That's cruel.
I'm like you, man. The delayed Christmas gathering for me
Yeah,
as well.
well,
I think mine's gonna be more March, though. It's gonna be a while still.
Oh, okay.
For me.
See, I was there for Christmas Day, but not everyone could make it. They just had like a round 2. But I think enough family for one day. You know, I hope they're listening now. Still, I imagine they turned it off by now. I'm gonna slay them. Like, it was enough. But yes. Anyway, this is cruel. That's very cruel. Sebastian 10-8 off, popping it up. What we're saying, chat. Family. No one burns like your family do. Yeah, exactly. Plenty of love for the Jamie win. That must be fun, man. Like, it's fun winning lots of money, but it must be fun winning when you're streaming. It's like having that instant, the sharing it with people just straight away, not having to, you know, just
That's
the
it,
instant joy of people.
There's a lot of aspects of streaming that are like slow punishment, you know, like a lot of downers, and you know, like getting 5th on a final table is definitely worse streaming than not streaming, right? Because it's a loss in the face of the viewer, and there's always criticism about how you busted. But when you win, you know, it comes back tenfold. Like, you get to look like the Nostradamus poker god of like, wow, you know. So it's a solid payoff. My stock is way too high artificially in the world right now, but I appreciate it. I'm liking it. Wow, that's a straight.
Hello, that is a straight. It's a nice spot. And Sebastian's got nothing. This is may well be good news for Juan Pardo. There we go, a little extra. That's a juice.
Interesting.
Block tip.
And one does raise.
Yeah.
Does raise. Matt and I always talk about that that dynamic in that, you know, people in life in general, but also in poker are a little results oriented. Like, someone gets on a streak, they're the best player in the world. Someone else gets on a streak, they're the best player in the world, you know? Like right now it's Adamo, although he's pretty good. But there was Bonomo, there was Fedor, you know. All sorts of people have had their moments in the sun as the best. So Matt and I have our own little thing where one of us will hit a score and we become the best brother. And then the other one gets, you know, a bunch of crap from the audience for months. And then the other one hits a score and then they're the best brother and the other one gets the crap. It's just, it's how it works. So I'm looking forward to being the best staple brother for the next month until Matt wins something.
There we go. Well, I mean, let's win something bigger and just blast them out of sight.
Yeah, you know, true.
Make the people forget he even exists. That's how you got to do it. Sebastian. All right. Well, Juan Pardo definitely a contender now. He was just trying to, like you say, kind of outweight Steven here when they're both around the 100 million mark, but whilst doing that has climbed all the way up to 271 million. He's looking in very good shape. Is he going to go up? No, I'll say he's going to go after Steven's opening up such a shallow stack. Of course he's not.
Is this going to work for Steven? You going to get this through, Steven? You'd think.
It is, and I guess he can open that a little bit wider because of what you're saying, right, Jamie? That they can't really put as much pressure on him anymore because he has the least to lose at this point.
Mm-hmm. Definitely be a decent amount of raised calls from Steven. Isn't really worried.
Yeah. Freedom comes with being short, hey? These are the funny spots here because we can see Sebastian raising and like normal conditions. You're going to see some stuff out of Ramiro here with the King Deuce suited against Sebastian in this situation. We're going to see nothing. He's just shutting down, letting Sebastian do his thing. And I suppose now, I mean, that's not a bad thing, right? Here, if you're Ramiro and Juan, you're quite happy if Sebastian's attacking this big blind, right?
I think so. Yeah. Why not? Like, I think it's really nice to get heads up, and it's not a huge deal if you're at a 3-1 or a 2-1 or a 4-1 chip disadvantage. It's just not that big of a deal, you know? Like, it's a spot you just want to get heads up often. At least that's how I think about it. So if someone's doing the work, great. Keep working,
I mean,
bro. Enjoy it.
The jump between 4th and 2nd is another $250,000. So it's I guess it's not a bad spot to be. And then you take your chance and try and win the 860. But let's get to the over $500,000 score in the bag first. Well, Stephen having a stab here with a 10 of spades, a gut shot. Timing a little off. Sebastian actually has it here. For once, he has it, Jamie. He's with a spade. Is he going to try and squeeze something here? Answer is no.
Takes it.
Stephen down to 12.5 blinds. It is panic station somewhat.
Okay. Now what's Ramiro gonna do here against Sebastian's raise, right? What's she gonna do, Ramiro? Quite deep. If we're in a cash game, we're not folding. I'll tell you that. But here, I don't think it's obvious, James. What do you think? What would you do?
I mean, well, they're 75 deep. I think you can call here with some. You know, it's unlikely he gets put on unless he chooses. You know, if it was 30 deep, I guess you could make an argument for folding with Stephen so short behind. But I think it seems reasonable. Take a flop, play in position against Sebastian. Stephen jams behind. We can call. Sebastian, he's got a gut shot, Jamie. He's got a gut shot. Here we go.
That's plenty, dude. Wow. And Ramiro making the peel here as well, in position. That's
boring card. Just finds a 10. Anticlimax. Ramiro does pick up clubs, though. Don't necessarily think the 6 is live, but it is.
Does the Jack 10 bluff here? No. Does Ramiro bluff here?
Right.
Because Ramiro could. I mean, it's a good candidate to bluff.
Right. Knock out a 9, knock out a 10. Here we go. Love this.
Yeah, he knows.
Love this.
He knows. And what's Sebastian going to do? Doesn't have a club. Blocks the straight draws he wants his opponent to have. It's a fold. What a boss. Look at your Ramiro, man.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. What a great hand to finish this segment off with, guys. Please don't go far. Myself and Jamie will be back in 5 minutes for more of this Millions Online main event final table. Wow, well, this is going to be curtains unless he finds a spade. He flops the nut flush draw. Anton trip 10s. Anton won't be able to believe his luck. All in, snap call. Well, Anton's been pretty sick to see he's not got Carl dead.
Nice flop.
But he's in great shape for this 1.25 million chip pot.
Nice flop that was, wasn't it?
Oh, with the 8 outs, needs a spade. 7. Oh, wow. King on the river gives him a flush, but Anton a full house.
That's playing with you, mate. That's playing with you. Good luck, boys. Have a nice evening if you're still here.
For 179,000 would have been that's like a 40 big blind shove. So I actually prefer the call over the shove.
Seat 6
or
check.
the raise. Wow.
Yes, wow is right.
Seat 3
Wow.
check.
Even more of a wow.
Why is Kuhn checked there? Is it just that it was too strong? I mean, you've got Locke in the small blind who's, you know, a bit of a loose cannon.
I'm so confused right now. The fact that
can't overall, you don't need to slow play your hands when Jeff Gross has flatted you and Phil Locke is in the pot, right?
both of their check. I mean, Jason's check surprises me more than JG's check, but they both still surprise me. I can't believe that this has gone check.
So is Jason Kuhn thinking to himself, I need to just check because Locke is liable to just move all in at any point with nothing? Is that possible?
I guess that's his rationale, but at the same time, he's capable of doing that on any street. How this has gotten to the river without a bet is It's scary.
Seat 6 bet 30,000.
Wow.
It's an absolutely sick river card, and Jeff Gross is going to get just so lucky. He's not going to lose a chip right now. He's not going to lose a chip.
It's amazing how all these situations they always work out for Jeff Gross. Like no matter what the situation,
JG,
like, he should be broke in this hand. You know,
should
like,
be broke in this hand.
And somehow he found a way to get away for just a pre-flop
Seat 3
raise.
raise 110 total.
I don't even know if Phil Locke's going to call here, and I just wonder if I mean, it's not just because of the hands out there that Jason Koon's made a mistake, right? I mean, he's made a mistake here.
I think so. I can never see that Jason is taking this line as a bluff against someone like Phil Locke, who's just proven to be so reckless.
What a strange hand.
It was the perfect river too to create this situation. I mean, only an ace would have made this happen.
It's probably just a chop. They're probably just stealing with the chop.
And that's a very, it's not a terrible assessment.
I feel like if you had an ace, you might have c-bet the flop, ace queen.
I think Jason, that's the other thing. Jason could be raising here. He could be raising here with a weak ace, knowing that Phil does not have a 4 and does not have ace king.
You might just have ace queen. You could have like ace 9. No, maybe. Doubtful. Oh my God, kid.
At this point, I think that Phil is calling for a chop if he's calling. Yeah.
That's a good bluff.
Kid, I
folded a good hand.
I found a way to lose that hand. I don't know how.
Could be the one. Ace, 9, 3, 2.
And it just goes check, check. How's that?
What's going on here? Sam checks back aces here.
Oh, he checked it back, huh? Okay.
Yeah, pool bets. Now does Sam raise?
I would be inclined to raise here. I guess Sam's hoping to boat up on the river and...
He's hoping for the 5 of spades. Oh my God.
Oh, there it is.
How have I just said that?
Oh my God.
You
called it.
For the 5 of spades.
He's called it.
The 5 of spades rips off. Well,
5 of spades. That was Sam's plan all along.
this
Honestly,
is a disaster card for Newey.
Who's shuffling these decks? I think he needs to take a little bit longer here.
$16,000 the bet. I can't see full forward in this, especially as he's losing. There's time. What more time it took against Michael when he was crazy Mike? He folds.
Wow.
What a getaway there.
That is quite the fold.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Millions Online main event final table. Myself even, and Jamie Staples calling the action as we're, Jamie, at this very important juncture. 4-handed, 1 short stack, but the other 3 pretty even.
Exactly. And, the 3-handed battle could really open up, but they kind of need that 4th stack to get out of there, to be able to open up that aggression a little bit. So let's see how everyone maneuvers here. This is a good flop for Juan, and that's a great turn for Juan, because Sebastian's improved.
Yeah, and it looks like actually in the break that Juan did pick up a few extra chips, because he's actually the chip leader starting this hand. And like you say, about to improve that situation even more, it looks like. Wow.
And what does Sebastian do here?
Wow.
I don't think you want the king in this spot. You like that you don't have a spade. And look at the fold. High lever poker, James.
There we go. There we go. Just because you're a lunatic doesn't mean you have to call everything. What's just happened here? Oh. Chips have switched around. I don't know. Like, what's going on here, guys? What's going on? The replay is throwing little bugs at us. Because Sebastian is...
Yeah, Juan won that pot, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty sure Juan
yeah,
won that
Jamie,
pot.
your head's...
Okay.
Your head's frazzled a little bit, but it's not frazzled that much.
What's going on?
Juan definitely won that pot, so... I guess we've skipped
Where are we, chat?
a hand or two. Let's see what happens here. At some point, Juan's going to have the chip lead with a popping trip jacks on a jack-jack board, but for right now, we're going to see this one. Do not adjust your sets. There's an issue. Guess we're... I guess somehow we skipped forward to the future there, Jamie. There we go. I mean, this was the situation.
Yeah, we might have
it was
skipped
when we
a
left
couple
the break.
hands or something. Yeah.
Because it was definitely the case that Sebastian was the chip leader, and oh no, this I remember this hand before the break, so I don't know what's quite going on here. We've gone back in time.
Yeah, the Queen 7 suited. True. I remember this. Steven wins this one, chat. I think. Pretty sure. I don't exactly remember actually, but I'm gonna bet on it for a second time.
He does. Was that the last hand before
Okay.
the break? Maybe is that what's happened?
Might be. I don't think we've seen this one.
Oh, no.
Wait, no,
Yeah,
King
we
be
have.
suited. Ramiro. We talked about that.
Yeah,
Ramiro's
yeah.
not going to do that. You want to know what happens, chat? Sebastian raises. We could have really played this off like geniuses.
Yeah, like
With
geniuses.
sizings and everything.
I
We
reckon
really
it's-
could have done it.
I reckon it's going to come like the ace, 8, 5, ace 8, whatever it was, all spade board. We'll try and get this fixed. I don't quite know what's happened. Don't know how that
Couple
happens.
extra ends, man.
Yeah, like we could have. You're right, Jamie. We could have played it off for those who are just tuning in. If you are just tuning in, welcome. You are watching the Millions online. Main event final table. We're down to 4. It's exciting stuff. So exciting. We're reliving some of the previous glories. No, I'm just jesting. We'll just get that sorted in a second and get back into it on the more current hands. Because, well, Jamie, the hand we did see from a moment ago is Juan Pardo Dominguez taking the chip lead. The man who's more of a regular in the Super High Roller events, leading in this main event. Here we go. There we go. This is more like it.
There it is. Yep. Okay. We got it. Listen, James, this is dangerous, dude. Because I'm seeing the play here, man, and these guys are all great players. But I think, bro, I want to get in there now. Now I'm just like, dude, I want to get in the mix. I feel like I need to start registering some tournaments and start playing, man. This is dangerous for my poker bankroll.
And this is dangerous for Sebastian because he's blasting off again. And I mean, Ramiro had enough with the king, but he's got even more with the straight.
Just a call. Yep.
Sebastian's digging deeper.
And the mighty have fallen.
To 100. Yeah, I mean, we've seen this before from him, and he managed to claw it back, but I'm not sure how these is going to be dooted. Oh, 13 blinds for Van Zadelhoff. Is this just a rip and then?
See, these are these weird ICM spots where I don't know if this is an all-in. Probably is, but I'm not betting everything on it, James. I'm not super confident on it. Early in the tournament, of course, it's an all-in on the cutoff, but like now, I don't know.
Especially when Sebastian's showing that he's willing to just keep blasting off. But I'm not surprised to see him do this. The re-ISO with King Queen, take his man on. He's going for it. It's a flip. It's Van Zadelhoff at risk. If he wins it, though, Sebastian is really short, considering where he's been at up to now. King or Queen will do it. They're all live. King on the flop. Just to fade the 5 on the river. He does just that. It is the elimination of Steven Van Zadelhoff out in 4th place for $266,000. Well, near enough. There's a little change in there.
Not bad.
And, yeah, Sebastian back at it. Down to 3. Guaranteed $407,000 now. 406 plus a bit of change. Not too bad indeed. And well, yeah, Steven's... I mean, a little unlucky there. They got out to 4. It was him and Juan trying to do a bit of outlasting, and there was some jabs thrown. He could have got a ladder. He could have kind of got the slight card rush that Juan got, and maybe got himself in it. But
Yep.
from what was a tricky seat for him with those two behind him. I think they're coming in second in chips. Fourth's no disaster. $200,000 better off than Andras Nemeth, who came ninth. So a decent.
Is that the
day's
most
work.
tilting spot, do you think, in the tournament? Like, do you think a 9th place finish is the most painful for, obviously, for a lot of these high stakes poker players? If you satellite in for a cent, you're not pissed at 9th.
Yeah.
But people that play these regularly, what do you think is the most painful position to finish, James?
I always find those like the 14th, 15th, when it's like you didn't even you convince yourself you were close, but you weren't even actually that close, and you're just like, oh, didn't even get to the final. Oh, I mean, they all hurt, don't they? Is the truth?
Yeah, they do. I wouldn't know, honestly. I ran so good yesterday. I think 12th is probably right before the pre-final table money jump, where it's just like you're 3 away from the FD. You get 1 double up, you're definitely getting there. And you also don't even get that little almost final table money. That one hurts, man. It is painful.
Anyone that's not first. No, I'm just joking. Second here would do me. Third would do me. Fourth would do me. $250,000. You kidding?
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. I don't know, what has been your most sort of galling? Man, I wish that gone differently.
I lost you for a second, but I think you said the most grueling, like most painful, right? Most painful finish?
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, it was a classic one. It was before as a streamer. It was my 23rd birthday.
Okay.
And
this one left scars. I can feel the details. Like,
yeah, I mean, it was okay, but you know, it was a $215 tournament. It's a scoop event actually. $215 tournament, 2-day tournament, and 8 max. Loved the 8 max back when 9 max was the standard. And went into day 2. Played day 2 on my birthday. It was like the last day of the series. It was like the Monday day 2, right after the main Sunday. And yeah, I got 11th. First place was like 180K. Got 11th place for like 4 or 5K or something. And yeah, that hurt, bro. I mean, it was great. It was a good opportunity, but it was like my first chance at a 6-figure score, really. So it was painful at the time, I think. Yeah, I'd also say EPT Barcelona, actually. I lost set over set to Ben Heath, who's just such a legend of the game. And he's so good, dude. I feel like it should be illegal to be set over setted against Ben Heath. You know, he's already so good at the game. So it's like top 60, $1.5 million. Yeah, exactly.
You should win it. You should win it a legitimate way. You should win it a normal way. You shouldn't have to do that to you, right? Why can't you just outplay me? Like, I could be okay with being outplayed, but just getting cold decked. Right,
what about you? You have one that stands out, James?
Oh, I like, yeah, for sure. That's what I was asking you. I've got one that's just burned into me. W Coupe main event, like 1 of 18, 1.8 million up top, and finished like 15th from being 1 of 18. And it's just like,
oh
wow.
Man, no.
We can go back. If I can go back to that spot again, that would be the one. Yeah. Not that like that. It was with about 30 left. Like, one of my closest friends was chip leader, and I was second. We were 1 and 2 of 30. And he busted out before me.
Oh no,
I busted out there. It's like, it was a bad day.
Yeah, that's
the character building, Jamie. The character building.
They are. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You come out the other side, and well, got an appreciation for the variance in life, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. Like when they're that big, I guess you kind of. You just gotta laugh, really. We're sick people. We get over them pretty quickly, I think. I guess a big part of it is as well is, did you do anything wrong? You know, like if you don't do anything wrong, I think it's a lot easier to take, isn't it? If it's just I got unlucky, blah blah blah. If you've punted it and you know deep down you've blown a chance, it's a bit different.
Yeah. Well, and it's interesting because punt takes on a different definition at different stages of your poker career, I think. At least it does for me. In that a punt used to be a bluff. right? Like in my early career, it's just like, oh yeah, if you bluffed and lost, you punted, and well, that's not the case anymore. Punt would be like calling too wide or something, you know?
Yeah. There's different. There's everyone's just too good now. They know when it's like, why not bluff him? But it was a good bluff spot. I had to bluff. Everyone's like, yeah, it's like normal. You're right. In the old days, it'd be like, he just couldn't help him. He just couldn't help himself. Like he just couldn't help himself. So, like, you're right. Like now, it's like, yeah, it's fine. Like I miss those days a little bit where, everyone's just too nice now. Yeah, you kind of got dealt into it.
where every time you lost, it was your fault. You did the wrong thing every time. You didn't win the tournament.
I do remember one a long time ago when I was like deep in a tournament again with like a huge payout, and I was one of the chip leaders, and there was like, man, maybe 40 or 50 left. It was, I'll tell you, if you remember this one, it was the Pardo Poker Tour. There we go. There's a tour.
Yeah.
Not many will remember. Pardo Poker Tour, yeah. And I remember getting a text from someone, like I had a big piece, and they were just like, just keep it cool. And the fact they texted me saying like keep it cool kind of angered me. Like, what, they expect me to blow up? And lo and behold, I got into this like, this late 2000s raising war of but no one ever had it if you raised, and just ended up putting all the chips in post flop with 0%, and just being like, oh no, what have I done here? Left with dust. That was a punt. There's no getting away from that, and it was like a huge payout, and I just completely blew it. But that's like I guess that's a rite of passage, I suppose. You kind of those are the scars that tighten us up.
It is, dude. Well, exactly, but punting was a rite of passage in poker back then. Like you had to 6-bet with a6 at least once a turn.
Do it.
It was what you had to do.
Do it. What else are you gonna do? You can't. You can't peel these 3 bets back then. It wasn't allowed.
No. Yeah, true. It's all changed. I push back on Twitch on that one too. People will usually tell me like, you could fold and guarantee yourself a final table. I'll get that pretty much all the time if I got a big stack, and I just I have to crush their dreams, and you got to win every chip in the tournament. That's the thing.
Typically, first place is about 10 times 8th. It's where we got to be at. That's where we got to be at. These guys know the score. Sebastian, the shortest of the 3 now. Yeah, 2 deuces here. But this is, this could run a while, guys. This is very deep and relatively even.
I really wonder. No, I mean Sebastian plays, I think, but I was just wondering, like, Sebastian ever just jam here? Like I don't think so, but
no, I know your head's up. It wouldn't. But I've seen some stuff today that wouldn't necessarily surprise me. But I don't think this instance. Poker's Go asking, is there a deal option for players on this final table? There most certainly is. They can do a deal. If they do a deal, they must leave at least $50,000 for the winner. So we will have a play out, as it were, for the title, at least in 50k. Although I feel like with I don't think Juan Pardo's going to deal, is what I'm trying to say. Guy doesn't mess around, he's normally knocking around in 50ks, 25ks, 100ks. I think he's going to be happy to play this one out. Yeah. Pretty horrible, isn't it? You get these spots, you're just going to have a high roller wizard on the final with you? Like, really?
I think it's par for the course, man. I mean, I think you got to be prepared in modern poker that some good players, man. Like, we're talking a lot about the old days here, kind of. And the old days are relative, of course, but it used to be online that the biggest tournament on a Sunday was 215 buy-in was the biggest prize pool.
Right.
And that was not that long ago, actually, to be honest.
No.
Like, that was 4 or 5 years ago that was the biggest prize pool every weekend. And there was like a 500, maybe 2 500s all over the internet. Now, it's a different world. Like, we've seen a lot more stakes evolve. So,
yeah, but that was the case for a long time as well, Jamie. That was the case for like 12, 15 years that was the case. It was like
Yep.
nothing changed in that respect for a long time. Yeah.
No, like we played against these players. Someone said that's Pocket O somewhere in the chat. Like I played against him in that weekly 215 when I was a new pro, and he was the crusher. Like every week, all the best players in the world online played the weekly 215s and the 109s, and it was over 100K for first. And like they just played it and tried to win the mass field 6,000 person tournament. It's 100 and 200 person high rollers is where the best players hang out usually on a Sunday. So it's just different, man.
A lot has changed. But yeah, I was very excited when I found out. I was watching Sebastian yesterday and found out that it was Pocket earlier today. And I was like, all right, there's a guy that I clashed with for a very long time. And it's like, it's nice to see them still knocking around here. Ooh, that is a dirty run out. Juan Pardo with top pair on the flop. Ends up running into a... Sebastian stabbed that flop with 5-6 and caught the perfect. It's going to hurt. I'm still getting trolled by my family. This is so bad. It's outrageous behavior. All right. What we need here, Jamie, is some hands to do the business. We need a little bit of a clash. I don't want to see a cold deck. I want to see these guys fight hard, but I want to see the option for someone to make a heroic call.
Mm-hmm. Give someone the 4-bet opportunity. Give us an ace-5 suited and jacks and just see what happens.
There's a man who knows what I want. There's a man who knows. He's got my mindset. That's what we need. I mean, that's what Juan Pardo did. Start the final. 8 or 9-handed. All in pre-flop with ace-3 with the 4-bet jam. Yeah, 9-handed. It must be because he doubled through Andras Nemeth. So, I mean, ace on the river. Should have been out in 9th. I say should have been. Could have been out in 9th. I hate that word should have in poker. Nothing should have, is it? I mean, get it in with 30% equity, you're going to win 30% of the time. Look likely to be out. Now here he is, chip leader with 3 left, chasing down 860k. This is very, very even. All right, Juan, popping it up. Sebastian, I got a feeling he's going to do something here. Here we go. This is it. This is more like it. Sebastian's been too quiet.
Probably will work here. Probably. I would think. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fun if they saw a flop with those cards, though. Could be some damage done.
James, this is setting up to be quite a battle. I'm gonna go 3 more hands here. I'm really hoping we see a firework. But until Sebastian's button is where I'm gonna hang out.
Here we go. Man's got some money to spend.
True. Yep. Gotta get some art, man.
There we go. There we go. The chat will love that. Insinuation was made.
Ooh. Okay. So we want a 7 on the turn. A 9 of hearts on the turn. Now, is Sebastian crazy? That's what we don't know.
He's definitely crazy. Is he crazy enough? Like,
is he?
No. Anticlimactic. There were some turns that would have created
it's
some
a good
carnage.
bluff hand, though.
Ace of diamonds.
To be fair, dude. 7-9 with the 7 of hearts is a good bluff in because we don't get to the river with a lot of pure misses here. 10-9 suited, and like 6s through deuces. Don't mind the 7-9 with the 7 of hearts, but against the lead, I can't fault the folds.
Lead for over pot as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a small lead. It was a bomb. Ramiro is just, he's played this funnel pretty nicely, pretty snug, stayed out of trouble. Here he is. Came into the funnel second in chips.
Silent assassin, right? Just in the background.
Yeah.
Gets heads up.
Somewhat. I mean, yeah, I can't really think of a hand where I've gone, oh, that's a bit out there, or that's a bit off. He's just played really well. Here we go, Sebastian. Picking up the 3-bet with a7.
Whoa.
Here we go.
Ramiro.
Here we go, Jamie.
All right. Okay. Quick bet.
Here we go. Third pot. Ramiro with the gut shot. Yes, Jamie.
Sebastian.
I mean, what is this raise on the flop about? I mean, what are we trying to rep on King 3 Deuce?
Well, that's the thing.
Oh, this is what I mean! This is what I mean!
It.
Oh, Sebastian. I love it. It's so old school. It's like, well, you can't have anything.
Oh, they called!
Cool.
Bro, what is happening?
5.
Both players have half pot left, chat.
This hand is fresh from 2006. I don't know. What? They're both given up. They're both given up, Jamie. They've both given up. Ramiro's going to win with a 5.
Yep. Wow.
Oh,
Ramiro thinks they're bluffing, I guess, here.
Yeah. Yep.
Bluffing
the best of it, but
I'm not sure what they're bluffing, if I'm honest. That hand was all over the place, dude. We were just being so courteous. The silent assassin Ramiro, and we just saw we just saw a raise call on the flop with the gutter, man.
Yeah, obviously he's decided to bluff river. I'm not really sure what he's trying to bluff Sebastian off. I don't know what hands.
I don't know what just happened.
3-bet flop that fold that aren't like complete bluffs that he therefore beats. Unless he is right as he's up against a hand like Ace-5 or something that slightly beats him. I don't know. That was a bizarre one. That was way out there. And here's another potential action flop. 2 pair for
James,
1 pair and
I
flush
miss
for Ramiro.
high stakes poker, man. Look, get me in the high stakes. I need to play. This is too fun.
Well, you got a pretty plump account there. You can click some reg buttons.
True.
I don't endorse this needless gambling. All right, king on the turn. Would say it's an action killer, but I don't know what's going on anymore. I can assume this is going to check through. No. Going to go for the bet now, Jamie, and the check back rivers.
I guess that is the case, yeah. This bet, I guess, accomplishes a few things. It's not fun, though, to bet here, because it feels to me closer to well, it feels almost closer to a bluff than a value bet with this Queen 10. But I guess you're setting the price effectively.
Right. And you do charge, I guess, just the random King X that call.
King X, yeah, clubs.
The clubs mainly, I guess. It's perfect against this hand, right?
Yep.
Pair and flush draw calls and loses. Wow.
James, I gotta go. That was crazy, man.
Yeah.
What just happened?
That was a fun orbit to finish on, Jamie. You got to see a fun hand there. But thanks so much, my man, for stopping by. And once again, congrats from myself and everyone else in chat for the lovely result last night.
Thank you, James. Appreciate it. Chat, love you. Appreciate you. I'll see you all on Twitch soon and enjoy the show. Millions main event. Good stuff, man.
All right, my man. All right, Jamie. Cheers, man. All right, guys. Well, we'll bid farewell to Jamie. But this action is certainly heating up here on the Millions Online final table. These guys are going all out. Sebastian and Ramiro playing one of the more bizarre hands I've seen in a while, especially when you factor in how much money is on the line. You see their third place, 406k. We're playing for, well, an additional 460 for first, and then of course second place. We'll be picking up around about 560 as well. So this is no 5. Yeah, can't even remember. My head's gone foggy. I'm so confused by that pot. Yeah, 560 sounds right. So given that these are like 6-figure bluffs getting thrown at each other there, and Ramiro, yeah, raise calling with a gut shot, no flush blocker, then ending bluffing with the best hand on the river. Incredible stuff. Yeah, those in the chat are mentioning Jamie won the 530 millions bounty event last night, day 2. Took it down around about 60k, I believe. So, yeah, great stuff. And then has the decency. Look at that. To pop in here, say hello the following day. And you know he's running good because he got to watch that hand just before leaving. All right, pretty even now between Juan, Pardo and Ramiro. I've said pretty even a lot tonight because it has flowed that way. Sebastian's always been the driver of the action though, and he's not disappointing. Though sub 30 now. It's going to find it a little harder. I think it's hard to come back against these two. They're both so good. He might get lucky. Might catch some hands, or these two could potentially get it in, and he finds himself getting heads up. And as Jamie says, you don't really mind if you're heads up 3-1 down, 2-1 down, and you're the short stack. Just getting to the heads up is what's so crucial. And always roll the dice from there. I gotta say, did anyone clip that hand? I want to see that hand from start to finish. And get that clipped. That was a wild one. It really was like I say, mid-2000s poker that. You can't have it, I can't have it. Who the last person to put chips in is going to win. Ramiro in a small 10-8, not these two big stacks limping in. They're both happy to just get through these pots and wait till Sebastian's in action next. $10.75, top pair for Ramiro, ace of hearts for Juan. Some action to come in this one. Quite a large bet, 7.5 into 12. Yeah, Juan sticking around, picks up a gut shot, only 4 gets him there, but check from Ramiro. That's a pretty nice card from Ramiro himself. Obviously picked up an open ender. That forward, of course, spelled disaster for that very reason. Yeah, pretty ugly looking board for the ace high. Don't think I'm going to see it bluff, no. This could spell danger, perhaps. Yeah. Well, it depends how aggro Sebastian's going to go here, guys. King Jack in the big. As always, the shortest of 3, the least to lose, the most incentive to gamble. I say we just see a flat here. Play, keep all the weaker kings and jacks in. But we'll see enough from Sebastian to know that he likes to go hard. There we go. You can't put much more in than that. 3-bet rips the king jack from the big blind. And gets it through. And sad news to report. I'm no more in the free roll. Best of luck to anyone still in the free roll. I've fallen short of the money. But I wish you all the best of luck in trying to do better. And Sebastian completes from small. Again, a spot Ramiro could raise. I don't think you need to with king. Check back, keep that in. But also, just as Sebastian being so awkward to play against, you kind of don't really want to elevate these situations. Mad Madge got a milli in the free roll. Nice. Delta 65 off the money. Yeah, well, you were 66 off the money a moment ago, but took one for the team there. Made the light call off. Going for glory. Did a Sebastian. Not in there for nothing. Oh, here we go. That's an interesting card. Diamonds for Seb. King for Ramiro. Alright. Shell from Sebastian. Relatively easy call given the history for Ramiro. Ramiro 2-8s. Again, these are the two that don't really want to play big pots. Let's see, may still raise this one up. No, he's going to play limp strategy. Juan gonna... Well, Juan could raise this one up, actually. It's a pretty bad hand. Might use it as a bluff. But yeah, there's not a lot of incentive, like I say, for these two to play out any big pots. Especially Sebastian is keen to move chips across the line. Jack 5-3, all clubs. One does have a gut shot, 6 of clubs. But that is dead to the 8s with the 8 of clubs of Ramiro. But certainly worthy of a bet. 1 blind, it seems more than reasonable. Won't, of course, get a fold from that hand, 2 8s. That, though, is exactly what Juan was looking for. Makes a straight on the turn. And now I'd imagine I'd go pretty big sizing. Unblocking the pairs. As a club as backup. And then, I mean, can just evaluate a lot of rivers. Well, 2/3. I thought it might go bigger even, but Ramiro won't like it. 8 clubs is still too good to fold just yet. And wow, that is a pretty cold river. Now, obviously, beats all the 2 pairs, beats sets that aren't too likely, but and has a club as well, which is always nice. It's going to struggle to fold this. Oh, it's overbet, but it's still going to be really hard to fold this hand. And yeah, can't fault the call. Ramiro, the perfect run out ready for 1. Walks through into it. The offsuit 4 and an 8 on the end to give Ramiro such a strong hand. Down to 350k. Juan Pardo Dominguez then is the first player to pass the half a billy mark. He's got over half chips in play, and the Spanish high roller regular is going to be very hard to beat from here. Now it's in a lovely situation because all the reasons those two weren't going to play too many big pots with each other before that hand are out the window. Juan Pardo is in position against the middle stack and can really now turn the screw, especially, as I say, with Sebastian willing to gamble. It's going to be tough from here. Sebastian 10-3 in the small. Give a walk, Sebastian. Just let one go. There we go. Don't have to fight every pot. Once more, Sebastian. No way to play. This is actually quite an interesting spot. Ramiro will limp, and then how aggressive is Juan Pardo going to play? Because this sort of Jack 8 is such a nice hand to knuckle back with. But if we are going to go max aggression now with the dynamic the way it is, then we'll certainly start raising these kind of hands. There we go. That's what we're going to do before exit. I just don't think Ramiro needs to continue here. Certainly for a 4x. Yeah, nicely done. Good fold. And that's just it. A little bit before, that would have been a check back for sure. Those two would have played out pot. Now Juan Pardo has that chip advantage. Oh, wow. Okay. All sorts could happen here. All sorts could happen. I think we're going to see Ramiro raise a 1-3 bet and Sebastian just cold 4 bet jam because, hey, he's had enough. Or Juan may just flat this, in which case Sebastian jams. Okay, no, he does. Oh, he's gone for a big 3 bet as well. 4x. This may not stop Sebastian though. He hasn't really worried about fold equity in these spots. He may just think, yeah, he's up against something like King 5 suited and these kind of hands. Rips it in. Ramiro now with a very easy fold. Was hating facing another 32 million with ace jack suited. Decision taken out the way. He knows Juan is not folding. Sebastian at risk, but is live in a flip to keep his tournament alive. Can Juan Pardo's 10s hold? Can he finally banish Sebastian from this tournament? Sebastian's the man who's given us all the action, all the joy this evening. He does need help. Finds a queen. A club on the turn. Whew, that was scary for him. Flopped the queen. Club on the turn gave Juan plenty of outs. But Sebastian holds on for another double up. And we will continue with 3. That would have been all but over really what Juan would have had. 2-1 lead. Instead, this 3-handed dynamic continues. All right. Juan popping up with King 4. Ramiro defends King 10. 10-10 Jack. That is all him, but Juan Pardo, he has reasons to barrel. He needs to avoid picking up any more reasons to barrel, because he'll be in trouble if he does so. Backdoor spades, backdoor straight draw. This bet is more than fine up against big blind peel. So many hands, just have to check fold. Don't really get anything better to fold, but well, Ramiro not going to give his man a chance to do anything later on. He's just going to go for the juggler from the off, try and build a big pot. I'm a little surprised by this. Ooh, wow, okay, well, Juan's probably a little bit surprised by it as well. Hence, he's continuing with King 4. I'm not sure about continuing with King 4 with spades or any of the backdoor flush draws there. Just actually, I suppose the King 4 doesn't really matter, right? You want your opponent to have a hand like 7-8, 8 queen with a backdoor flush draw. King 4 I suppose doesn't really block those. King high backdoor flush draws probably just check call flop, so maybe it's a reasonable hand to continue with, but I'm not sure Ramiro gets to check raise that flop too often. Jack Tech 10, Jack 10-10 when they're stacks are that close. I suppose a lot different to Sebastian double up still, I think. It probably just calls mostly. One with Queen 10. Brice is 9-7-4. Ramiro picking up an ace on the turn. Should put pay to this one. Come on, chat. Let's hear it. Free roll. We in the money yet? Is that all I do is hold on for another like 5 minutes? Probably. I blew another chance, guys. Blew another chance. Nice, match. Nice. Keep it going. Ramiro going big for value. Great bluff in there as well. Nice. Great bluff. Delta, Mad Madge all in the money in the free roll. Anyone else playing anything as well on party? Let us know. Let us know if we've got any late night sweats going on. Any deep runs. Playing on offer. Anyone get anything going in the Grand Prix? Grand Prix Knockout Winter Series is off and running. The opener. $33. 150k guaranteed going off. Plenty of day ones for you guys to get involved with. Plenty of day ones, day twos for all the events. And of course, we're culminating that one in the 500k guaranteed 109 main event. You can get in for that for as little as a cent. Sebastian, 6-3 offsuit. All right. Make 8-9 suited fold, so that's good. Yeah, along with the 109, of course, in the higher buying category of those, we have the 200k guaranteed 7 max event. That's a 215 buy-in, and then the high roller is a 530 with another 500k guarantee. So plenty for all budgets. But let's hear some stories from the smaller buy-in stuff. Come on, guys. Look at this. We got these. I mean, $33 150k guaranteed, $3 30k guaranteed. These are some real bankroll builders. You guys can smash it up from there. Juan killing 3-bet once again. This time he dominates and has position. This is a treacherous situation for Sebastian. Queen deuce tray. Well, he doesn't need an invite too often, but Queen high, 2 diamonds. There's some back doors. Holy Moses asks, any talk of a deal? I mean, I don't know. I'd be told if there was one, so we can only assume no. I just guess. My guess is Juan Pardo is not clicking that deal button. I think he just wants to play it out. And why wouldn't he, eh? High roller superstar. Sebastian, check close to raising it up. Juan will defend this King 9 from the big. Look at this there. Can Sebastian reclaim the chip lead once again? Can he go from chip leader to shortest step, chip leader to shortest step, chip leader to shortest step, back to chip leader again? He doesn't need a boring life, that's for sure. JJ Gunshot, what was the buy-in? It was a 5k, $5,300 buy-in. A 5 million guaranteed prize pool. First prize, smidge under 860. Top pair for Juan Pardo. That's enough for him to start building a big one. Check raises. What is going on? Sebastian, come on, behave yourself. Jack 5 of clubs on a 9-6 deuce 2 heart 1 spade board. There's not a spot we want to go clicking. But that's what he's done. Juan Pardo's gone for the old metric of, well, flop a pair, grab on tight. And he's come out leading here. Doesn't want Sebastian checking back. And that's reasonable because this is the kind of card that if Sebastian was going bananas with some sort of backdoor draws, would have picked up equity like he did here, actually, in this case with the 5. So it denies that equity, lead and turn. Yeah. Juan Pardo making that adjustment. Just, if you got better than a 9, you're going to get all my chips probably, but let's go. Let's build it up. Yeah. That's a 7-1-4. It feels reckless the way some of these guys played hands. It certainly does. I mean, I was very complimentary about Sebastian and even yesterday as well. But there are some hands today that have just been a little too out there for my liking. But hey, it makes it a lot more fun for us watching. Who wants to see perfect GTO poker? Not me. Boring. We want to see this. We want to see people stepping out of line. We want to see massive adjustments. We want to see the big bluffs. Spy balance can't play GTO versus unbalance. You certainly can play GTO unbalance. I mean, there's a GTO answer to every sizing and every situation. It's just the fact that a lot of people don't know what they are because they don't study the unusual lines, the unorthodox lines. We'll get to a point one day in poker where everyone will know all of that as well. But yeah, it's people. Not many people are studying how to rank someone who has like a ludicrously high 3-bit percentage on those kind of boards with no hand. I mean, you see now, you hear these guys talk, and here when you get Henry in here, and he loves going through the solvers and look at these situations, and people are surprised in like quite common situations that you're supposed to do something with this frequency or that frequency, and they're like, oh wow, yes, but okay, I didn't know that. And it's like a really common situation that comes up. So these really bizarre situations that come up, there's no way these guys can know all that. There's just too much information in this game. It might know some similar situations, but still. There is GTO against these crazy lines, but it's harder to know, is what I'm trying to say. All right. Ramiro. It's a bad looking card for him, the ace on the turn, but a pair at this point against Sebastian's going to feel pretty good. Yeah, he does draw a line. 5 pairs, kind of a relevant card. Neither of them should really have a 5 here. Why he goes for really small sizing? This is so tempting. This is so well sized against this exact hand. It just looks like it's crying for a call. Well, they've had enough. They're not folding to anymore. They're not folding. Maxim Malaka is the best. He certainly is. And he's holding a slender lead here. He's played great, like I say, bar that misstep at the start of the final, but I don't think it's necessarily I don't believe it's a mistake. He obviously knows what he's doing. Got a little fortuitous to spike the ace on the river to survive with 9 left, but since then, it's just been completely in control. Mike Finn, holla, back at you. Juan Pardo 4xing against Ramiro's limp again. Holds the lead, not a massive one this time, but enough that he's going to apply a lot of pressure. And of course, King Queen more than enough to raise up with Ramiro playing the same hand defensively as he should. And well, he does have backdoor clubs. Neither have hit anything as the deuce of spades rolls off on the turn. Question here, is Ramiro gonna fire anything at this river? Well, actually, he could fire that river. He gets to have quite a bit of Jack X. But no. Where's the flag? They'll chop it up. Oh, so they chop it up. I don't know what Juan's going to try and bet and make fold here. It's not like Ramiro has too much 5x, 4x, or deuce x, limit cooling. Can have some 9x, although probably expects a bit turn, yeah. Weird one all around. I think just another case where they're way out Seb. Blinds are going up, 3 mil, 6 mil. 40-minute levels here on this final table. It's weird, there's still so many chips in play with a billion chips, just under 200 big blinds in play, but this could be over so quickly. Seb down to 30 blinds now. And I think once Seb's out, we'll really see Juan and Ramiro. I say once Seb's out, assuming Seb's plus third. Once we get to heads up, I think whoever the combination is, we'll see a lot of aggression and a lot faster play. Obviously, if Sebastian's heads up, we know he plays everything fast. But if it does come down to the other two, that's when they'll really open up. But they're doing the right thing right now of not playing too crazy with Seb still in. Millions online. It's the end of the year. The last big title that can be won. Which of these three is going to do it? Well, look at that. I'm just talking about how these two aren't up to much. Ramiro just going after one. And Juan continues. Both players with 10 high on Jack 6 tray. Ramiro with back doors holding 10-7 a spade. This is a bizarre one. Kind of flies in the face of what I was just saying. I mean, Ramiro decides to take 10-7 suited. I thought he's just going to flat with that most of the time from the big. Well, check through flop. He picks up a gut shot draw on the turn. Going to check again. Juan Pardo with just minimal incentive to bet here. He just calls you basically dead. But here we go. He's going to give it a go. And I mean, really half mirror to base was a check call. I thought a small lead, but yeah, wow. There we go. Bets and bluffs with the best of it. I thought we might see Ramiro go for like some nasty check raise there, but wishful thinking. This show made me look bad. I thought we wouldn't see those kind of hands, and then we do see one. Sebastian popping up A7. Orin should give him a spin with the old 9-6 from the big blind. Ace, King, 10. Board that massively favours the razor. In this instance, does favour Sebastian. Very small sizing. It's fine on this board. One's going to have so many just check give ups. Bet one blind here is fine. Yeah, Sebastian gone for a little bit more than that. And yeah, one does give it up. He was thinking there for a second, but not to be. All right, guys, it is break time once more. This tournament is heading rapidly towards its conclusion. So please don't go too far because this may be over very quickly when we come back from this 5-minute break. All right, guys, see you then. Wow, well, this is going to be curtains unless he finds a spade. He flops the nut flush draw. Anton trip tens. Anton won't be able to believe his luck. All in, snap call. Well, Anton's going to be pretty sick to see he's not got Carl dead.
Nice flop.
But he's in great shape for this 1.25 million chip pot.
Nice flop, that was brilliant.
Oh, with the 8 outs, needs a spade. 7. Oh, wow. King on the river gives him a flush. But Anton a full house.
That's playing with you, mate. That's playing with you. Good luck, boys. Have a nice evening if you're still here.
For 179,000 would have been that's like a 40 big blind shove. So I actually prefer the call over the shove.
Seat 6
or the raise. Wow.
Yes, wow is right.
Wow. Even more of a wow.
Why is Kuhn checked there? Is it just that it was too strong? I mean, you've got Locke in the small blind who's, you know, a bit of a loose cannon.
I'm so confused right now. The fact that
can't overall, you don't need to slow play your hands when Jeff Gross has flatted you and Phil Locke is in the pot, right?
Both of their check. I mean, Jason's check surprises me more than JG's check. But they both still surprise me. I can't believe that this has gone check.
So is Jason Kuhn thinking to himself, I need to just check, because Locke is liable to just move all in at any point with nothing? Is that possible?
I guess that's his rationale, but at the same time, he's capable of doing that on any street. How this has gotten to the river without a bet it's scary.
Seat 6 bet 30,000.
Wow.
It's an absolutely sick river card, and Jeff Gross is going to get just so lucky. He's not going to lose a chip right now. He's not going to lose a chip.
It's amazing how all these situations they always work out for Jeff Gross. Like no matter what the situation,
JG, PBF.
He should be broke in this hand. You know,
should be broke in this hand.
And somehow he found a way to get away for just a pre-flop raise.
110 total.
I don't even know if Phil Lock's going to call here, and I just wonder if I mean, it's not just because of the hands out there that Jason Koon's made a mistake, right? I mean, he's made a mistake here.
I think so. I can never see that Jason is taking this line as a bluff against someone like Phil Lock, who's just proven to be so reckless.
What a strange hand.
It was the perfect river too to create this situation. I mean, only an ace would have made this happen.
It's probably just a chop. They're probably just stealing with the chop.
And that's a very, it's not a terrible assessment.
I feel like if you had an ace, you might have c-bet the flop, ace queen.
I think Jason, that's the other thing. Jason could be raising here. He could be raising here with a weak ace, knowing that Phil does not have a 4 and does not have ace king.
You might just have ace queen. You could have like ace 9. No, maybe. Doubtful. Oh my god, kid.
At this point, I think that Phil is calling for a chop if he's calling.
Sure than nothing.
Yeah.
That's a good bluff.
Kid,
I folded a good hand.
I found a way to lose that hand. I don't know how.
Could be the one. Ace, 9, 3, 2.
And it just goes check. How's that?
What's going on here? Sam checks back aces here.
Oh, he checked it back, huh? Okay.
Yeah, poor bets. Now does Sam raise?
I would be inclined to raise here. I guess Sam's hoping to boat up on the river and...
He's hoping for the 5 of spades. Oh my god.
Oh, there it is.
How have I just said that?
Oh my god.
You
called it.
For the 5 of spades.
He's called it.
The 5 of spades rips off. Well,
5 of spades. That was Sam's plan all along.
This
honestly,
is a disaster card for Yui.
Who's shuffling these decks? I think he needs to take a little bit longer here.
$16,000 the bet. I can't see full forward in this, especially as he's losing. There's time. What more time it took against Michael when he was Crazy Mike? He folds.
Wow.
What a getaway there.
That is quite the fold.
Online main event final table right here on Party Poker. We are grinding our way down to the heads up on completion of the tournament. But first, we have to figure out who it's going to be in that final 2, because right now we still have 3 players left: Sebastian Sikorski, Juan, Pardo, Dominguez, and Ramiro Petrone. So, well, who's it going to be? Sebastian Sikorski, the one who's been blasting away all final. Will he get to play heads up? Pardon me, it's getting late here, guys. Oh, here we go then. 3 mil, 6 mil, and ooh. This right here could be it for Sebastian. First hand back from break, 2 queens for Juan Pardo in the small. Raises here, I think. Sebastian's just going to rip. I don't know, maybe not. But I think so. Sebastian's just been super aggressive in all these spots. I think, yeah, it's just going to be a rifle. We're throwing 200 million. There it goes. Juan Pardo's going to click call with queens. Just has to fade a 6. Sends Sebastian out in 3rd place for 406k. And if he does hold, we'll take a 2-1 lead into the heads up against Ramiro. Wow, what a hand to come back on. Jack 7-3, no help. 4 means a 5 or 6 on the river would do it for Sebastian, but it wasn't to be. Sebastian, wow, he dazzled on this final table. He pulled a few moves, a few too many at times, but Sebastian Sikorski out in 3rd for 400,000. The former #1 online player in the world out in 3rd. Gives way to this heads-up match. And well, let's see if what I said was right. Let's see if now Sebastian's gone, these two start to throw some heavier punches. Juan Pardo with a 2-1 lead against Ramiro. The A6-3 board's not going to cause too much action. Both with a pair, 3 spades on board. Yeah, let's have some GGs in the chat. Let's have some love for Sebastian. He made this final table far more entertaining for us to watch than I think many other players would do so. It's very much in the... I very much want to see him back on another one of these final tables. Oh, because he's a lot more fun. Who needs a GTO Germany? Got some tickets. We did a draw. Remember, to win one of these tickets, all you have to do is be following us here on Twitch. The 3 winners in that last break. Ooh, a little light call here from Juan Pardo. First blood goes to Ramiro. 3 ticket winners are Duda 0326, Ethan K 001, and Rykar. Those 3 of you all won $11 tickets. All you have to do is win the chance of these tickets is click follow right here on Twitch. Back 6-3, both with a 6. Juan Pardo. That 6 deuce was the hand that did the damage to Ramiro. And he pinged the gut shot on the turn. And then Ramiro made that fateful set on the river. Well, Juan Pardo once again turning best, 2 pair. Ramiro with a gut shot. And yeah, it's one of these weird spots. His hands improved so much, but there are obviously no worse 6s. And you desperately want to see that river holding a gut shot, so checking back seems reasonable. Juan Pardo gets counterfeited. And they chop. Yeah, you don't want to bet that 6-4 there and get raised. Do you get called by 3? I mean, you do get called by 3, but that's it. Much safer line. Eight, 6 tray ball gut shot for Ramiro. Juan Pardo with a pair. Well, it's starting off coy, but then if we're going to limp some hams, I'm assuming 3-4 offsuit. It's going to slip into that range some of the time. Pair for Ramiro. Both now with that gut shot. Ramiro just given a walk. Ramiro with the strong hand here. 2 10s heads up is a monster. And Pardo decided to raise it up this time. 6-5 offsuit, and will be met with a 3-bet, and that'll be the end of this hand. But maybe the The start of a dynamic building, perhaps. Delta, GG free roll. That doesn't sound good. Still, nice run. Money for nothing. Can it be a bad thing? Ramiro kicking it up with ace tray, going small. I say small. Let's see, we're raising button to blind, heads up. I mean, you could just min it, but I'm always curious when you get to this stage. The sizing people go for when it's this deep. One went up to 15, does it again here with King 9 of clubs. 2.5x seems to be the standard and heads up. Mad Manager, alright, 23rd in chips in the free roll, still going, nice. Let's keep it going. 6 deuce 5. It's a good looking flop for Ramiro here. 6 is up. 1 with backdoor clubs and the thinnest backdoor straight draw. Here we go. He barrels big. Ramiro can go either way here. Does go for the check raise. That should end this. This backdoor's not good enough to continue here for an additional 40 million. Ramiro. Queen Jack does go for that 13.8 open again. Juan Pardo going to be the one to click in the 3-bet this time. And albeit we're seeing some legitimate hands here, they're going to start to think the other is getting out of line. So Ramiro with the 3-bet P. We're now seeing Juan Pardo with the 3-bet P. Seeing Ramiro with the check raise on that flop. The wheels will be turning in their minds. This one going to go Juan Pardo's way. 9 deuce 4, not a board that Ramiro is going to continue on. Well, I got that one wrong. It does continue on 9 deuce 4 and won't continue now. The much bigger bet coming in, 122 million. That was a little frisky. Continuing with Queen Jack. Yeah, 3-bet pop. We got plenty better, I think, that can continue. In the Queen High, no backdoors. Well, bar the backdoor straight, I suppose. Okay, Pardo once more, popping up ace queen, Ramiro with 8-9. I'm better with a C-bet, having flopped the not-no pair, but cut short to Broadway. Boy, he just gets the bet loads. King Jack 4. Ramiro doesn't have too much strength on that. 3-bet all the best kings, all the best jacks. Alright, we're going for different sizing now. It's going 13.8 before, now going 16.8. Dominated here, 6-4 9-6, but pops a gut shot draw and a bet here will surely get done against 9-6. Delta, that happens. That happens. Alright, 42 cents. Regged an 11-cent satellite for a $1.10 ticket. The spin begins. Let's go. 2 king highs here. Neither can do any damage. Yeah, one might check this one back. 664 has no spade in hand. King high looks pretty good, and some magical things can happen if you hit a king like this. Ramiro coming up bet in half pot. I kind of like that. He gets to have a lot of draws on this 664, 2 spade, 2 diamond board. And Juan does have some showdown when he checks back. Bad river card for Ramiro because the 9 of 1 will still play. Bets 45 into a pot where all the draws miss bar the 5-7, 5 deuce straight draws. Easy call. And that's what we call a value cut. Value bet the weaker hand. Juan marching on has 735 of the 1 billion 40 million chips. Dominates once more. Ramiro down to just 50 blinds. I say just 50. How many? 50 blinds heads up and you're the short stacks. It's lovely. Ten, 5, 5. Juan with the best fit once more. Ramiro though is going to keep digging, betting into it, drawing dead. Juan putting in some additional, trying to get the lot. Well, not the lot in this hand, but Ramiro with the check back and then delayed c-bet. Has a lot of hands that want to continue, right? Some of those gut shot hands, some of the diamond draws, even some just ace highs and stuff. Trying to get them to pay extra money and approaching the 3-1 lead. Well, hello. Top set for Ramiro. Gut shot for Juan Pardo. This is... well, all sorts of things could happen here. Let's have a look. Does Ramiro go for the check raise here? Juan Pardo, I don't think we'll be going anywhere with a gut shot and the 4 diamonds. I think he's going to want to stick around here. Like I said, dynamic's definitely building by virtue of the fact they're battling hard for so many of these pots with no cards ever going to showdown. I think they're going to start building an impression that the other's up to it more often than they actually are. Now that bet should put pay to it. 54 into 80. As much as one wants to mess around, can't do much to that size. Ramiro is 40 spades, one with 7-3 of spades. Back to the 13.8 sizing. I wonder if there was just a little misclick before. It was such a nonsense hand, I can't imagine it was anything but that. 60 million chip pop. Juan's bottom pair not looking so pretty here. Ramiro top pair. Yeah, checking it back. Let's go check. Here, Ramiro definitely got to try and get some more out of this. The old bet check bet line. It's never it, is it, guys? It's never the bluff. Well, gets paid off as if it's one. Sometimes you just want to see the cards. Sorry, Guardius78, so asking earlier. Asking, where did Matt Staples finish? He finished 41st. Yeah, we were hoping yesterday that might be in the mix. Jamie also finished in the money, 137th, one of the first out in the money. But of course, we didn't know that he went on to win 60 grand last night in the $500 knockout, Millions Online knockout event. So he did okay. Exactly, Delta. Nobody bluffs, not on that line. Bet check bet. Never bluffing, they're just never bluffing. Stop falling for it. Pardo checking down to the river, going some value with a 9, trying to pick off a 6 or a 4. Maybe even some high card, who knows? Nine deuce for one Pardo. We're completing the 9 deuce, are we? Alright, that says something. I think that says something. Does that say something? Can we not give the occasional walk? Do we not give walks? I guess we don't give walks, heads up. 9 deuce off in position. Yeah, that's fair. Hello. Ramiro, turning trips. Ramiro, popping up King, Queen, 1. Queen 6 defends, and this one is definitely Ramiro. The King, King 10, 2 heart board. He's got trips, he's got the Queen of Hearts. Got it all. Got it all. Juan Pardo popping up 10-8 on the button. Ramiro will defend the queen 4 from the big for the 2.5x. No, you won't. All right. Guess that's why we make it 2.5. You see the same action again here, raise and take. Ace check suited for Ramiro. Ace 5 off for Juan. Hello. Juan smashes it once more, heads up. 5-5-10. Ramiro. Gonna lose some more here, I think. May just check this bet, I don't know. We've got to be betting these flops. 10-5-5. No, okay, he does check it back, and well, that 10 is gonna hurt because 2 pair with an ace looks pretty strong. One checks again. Ramiro. I think we've got bet small here. Definitely call by like some King X, Queen X even. It's always weird when we check back 5-5-10 as the pre-flop raiser because we're just supposed to bet these flops. Yeah, one part of check calls, and Ramiro's just got too much now to bet again. I think if he'd done a delayed c-bet with just absolute nonsense, then he could bet again here, but with ace high, it's way good enough. You're not going to get king high and queen high to call. There are some diamond draws that stick around that now get there. You check back. And you see, you kind of dodged one there, because you could have lost more. If you bet the flop, got check raise, you get into questioning it. Ace 3 v ace 3. Limp from Juan. And they flop the wheel draw. This could well work. Maybe not. Maybe not. Something's got to give soon between these two. Mad Mage, I need a Guinness. I need a. Well, it needs a paracetamol, I think. The old splitting headache has developed. There we go. That's why I say these two need a clash, because Oh, there we go. On cue. Juan Pardo kicking things upstairs with King 10 offsuit. Maybe moving back through the gears. Exactly. Who wouldn't like to see just a bit of aces v kings, huh? Is that too much to ask for? Guys, we are drawing to a close in this one, but it's not too long until we are back online. In fact, just 2 nights' time, because the Millions Online is not over yet. There are events to come. 25k, 1 million guaranteed. Well, I'm sure we'll see Mr. Dominguez back in action again. That one starts, 7:05 GMT. I think we'll be streaming that from about half an hour in or an hour into that event and playing that one down to completion. 18-minute levels throughout, so that one shouldn't take too long. I say too long, it'll take like 7 hours, but it's a one-dayer. There you go. 9 PM CET, 8 PM GMT for that one. 25k. As I say, Mr. Dominguez, Juan Pardo will be in there. That I'm sure. Well, this has got potential to develop. 2 very nice looking hands. Ace 2 suited, 2 sevens. Well, Ramiro's hand just not quite strong enough to 3-bet and face additional. So he just calls and we see the Queen 8-3, 2 diamonds, not a club in sight. And no blooder. Ramiro with 10-3 offsuit. And he does give a walk. He's in the walkie mood. He gives walks. Not like his opponent. Simply with the 9 deuce, 10-3 offsuit. Ramiro walks. And it's a good walk because he would have got raised. Big turn for Ramiro here, picking up the flush draw to go with that 3. Checks over once more. Ah, 1. Queen high. Side's just strong enough to be checking back. Love this big bet from the 3. You think 1's got an ace high, king high. Maybe even a 3. 9 kicker plays. Ramiro popping it up. 7-3 suited. 1, 4, 6. Two hands that could clash, but they're not going to do on ace, king, queen. Alright, Mad Madge, thanks for the kind words. We will see you on Thursday evening, no doubt, for that 25k super high roller one-day event right here in this very same channel. It goes to all of you who may be, well, logging off soon or sticking with us to the end, but I mean, the end must be nigh. We are heads up, can always finish in a flash. But we will be back. So Thursday, and I say we because hopefully Henry is feeling better on Thursday and will be retaking his usual position. Chelsea fan asking where these two are from. Juan Pardo Dominguez is from Spain, and Ramiro Petrone is from Argentina, and they both have a wealth of experience in this game of ours. Ramiro with something like $13 million of online cashes, and Pardo with, well, I don't know how much online, but 4 million in live cashes, something like that. So they know their onions, these two. Queen 4 will be King 4. What carnage could ensue? $4.35 for Delta. How late here? It is $12.35. It's getting late. Not too late. Not as late as last night though. I mean, alright, I finished doing commentary I think at 3. And looking at the WhatsApp messages, it's like Henry didn't finish till about 6:30, albeit Henry is on a far superior time zone for such things as me. He was finishing just after midnight. Yeah, yesterday's was a mammoth one. Kudos to anyone who stayed with us throughout. We can see something happen here. Here we go. Check raise. Here we go. Check raise from the Ace of Hearts. C-bet from a 3 with backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw. He's not folding that just yet. And anticlimactic. 6 does a nothing. And well, yeah, there'll be no more action here. And this will draw them much more level. Nice, Chelsea fan, nice. I was looking at that earlier. The Winter Knockout Series at $33. Was it 150k guaranteed? Making it through to day 2. Very nice. And so, as I say, one was, I believe, at one point up to like 3-1 lead. This is getting a lot closer to even again. Flush draw for Ramiro. Man with backdoors. Who wants to see a 5-6 run out? Well, we're not going to see a run out. So one pile has been check raised on this king at 4. The deuce straight backdoor spades is not enough to continue. Hello. Miro dealt the boots. Heads up. We'll be getting no love from one's 10-7 offsuit on the deuce 3-4 flop. $860 for the winner. $591 locked up for these two. Best part of a $300,000 match. Just a $300,000 difference. What's that between friends? And nearly level now. Single pot. A couple of blinds could swing the balance in Ramiro's favour for the first time in this match. One c-betting 8 high. Ramiro thought about it for a moment there with king high on the ace queen 3, but gives it up. Kind of high without a diamond to continue there. Is that not exactly the same flop again? Near enough. Ace Queen tray last time, maybe Ace Queen 5 this time. Ramiro has king high once again, but this time in position as the pre-flop raiser. Again though, no diamond. Checks back. One Pardo, one club, one diamond, but that's not much use at this stage. Chelsea fan, what events will be streamed here? Have we got a few fan for the Winter Series? Yes, well, good question. We have Thursdays, as I say, 25k Super High Roller, the last event of this Millions Online Festival. That'll be on here. But also, coming up, we do have some of those Winter KOs on the docket, as it were. The 7 Max High Roller. That's scheduled at the moment. These aren't confirmed. These are scheduled. Final day of that, and then of course the main event final day will also be streamed on the 17th. That's how things stand at the moment. But obviously that's all subject to change. None of that confirmed just yet. Juan, king's up. Ramiro checking back nines, no spade. Overbet on the turn. This is so grim now for Ramiro. Going to check back a very strong hand. Face and overbet. The jack kind of irrelevant because you're not expecting a jack to overbet, but look at that, it just gets away from it. Hello. Sorry, guys. What? I looked away when I saw 6 tray and ace-6, and I didn't think anything of it. Was that a 5-bet pot? Was that what just happened there? 3-bet the 6 tray, got 4-bet and 5-bet? Alright, this just kicked into life. Ramiro, for the first time in the match, now holds the chip lead. Was 3-1 down, has done it without really many showdowns. I'm not saying it to mug off Juan Pardo. It's been the nature of the match. There hasn't really been a lot of clashing, but out of nowhere, 5-bet pot. Juan Pardo popping up Jack 10. A call from Ramiro with ace deuce of clubs. 8-4 deuce 1 club. Kerry UK asking how long delay is this? Well, it starts off with about a 20-minute delay, and it stretches out as the evening goes on because of... don't know why, but I'd say at this point it would be a very long delay, probably about an hour and a half. Ramiro check raising bottom pair. Ramiro, ace, tray on the button. Finally in the lead. Had the lead on the far table a few times, but first time, like I say, in this match, he's had the lead. A 10-7 tray. Interesting at turn card when Pardo Dominguez picked up a double gut shot as well as the 5 of clubs, whereas Ramiro makes aces up and faces an over pot bet. This will just be a call, and look to call most rivers. That's not one of them. That's going to level things up somewhat. I think we're just going to see check. I don't think Ramiro ever has to bluff this one with aces up. Be plenty of better that bet turn for value. And Pardo, pardon me. Yeah, I'm Pardo, popping up 4-5. Peel from Ramiro, 10-9-5. Bottom pair versus, well, pocket pair above that bottom pair. That is a rather good turn card for Ramiro. Checked back flop. He checks again turn. Let's see, just bet there. Just go bombing. Well, that's a bit naughty. The backdoor quads. And, oh, he's gone half pot. Yeah, try and get cry call up ace high, king high. I'm definitely going to get called from a 5. Yeah, 2 pair, mate. 2 pair. 6s and 6s. Alright, 2 reasonable looking hands. King Jack for Ramiro. Queen 8 suited for Juan. Well, I wondered if Juan was going to do that. That's really a chance to 3-bet too many hands. He's going to use Queen 8. Ramiro doesn't mind that action when holding King Jack. And Jack 6 deuce. Here we go. Couple of clubs. Here we go. Buckle up. Ramiro quarter pot. Pardon me, 1 quarter pot. Ramiro facing that bet with top pair and the king of clubs. Going for the jugular. Try and get it in here, are we? I thought we may just call there with the king of clubs, but Lex to raise. 1 continues. Club on the turn. This could be disaster for Ramiro, although probably gets to just check back now. Certainly with the king of clubs, not much point. Oh wow! King of clubs takes the lead on the river. 4 clubs on board. 3 clubs to make a straight flush, of course. 1 with a kind of blocky bet. 1/3 pot. And yeah, just the call from Ramiro. Huge pickup. 813 million plays 227. Well, this is the biggest lead we've seen in this match so far. Ramiro's only just got the lead. He's stretched it there. But Juan, despite that, despite being nearly 4-1 down, still has 40 blinds. I mean, this is very deep. Nine six off, popping up. Even this working against Juan here. Dominated on the 9. Bet 7 on this King 8 board. Pretty reasonable. Ramiro's going to have a lot of hands. It just can't continue, but ace high certainly can. And look at this. Wow, he's taking the ace 9 as a check raise. Kind of surprised by that. You could just call on King 8. Maybe taking the ace high with no ace high with an overcard and no spade is the check raise. Maybe the fact that the King of Hearts is on board. Who knows? 2 very nice looking hands here. Ramiro with 8-9 of diamonds on the button. Over a 4-1 lead now with that last pot. Popping it up. One's going to 3-bet this one, that's for sure. King Jack suited. Very good hand, heads up. Oh, well, that's what I know. He doesn't 3-bet it. He just peels this time. And Jack 6, 7, all diamonds. Ramiro flopping a flush. One flopping top pair. It's good spell disaster. Although the pot's still pretty small considering the strength of these hands. And a small bet on the flop. Is Juan going to check raise that? A little bit of protection, a little bit of value. Doesn't have a whole lot to lose in that sense. Well, Ramiro's made a straight as backup. And small size on the flop. I expect a much bigger size here on the turn. Oh, it's not a huge 36 mil, but I mean, that's quite nice. You're going after a lot of hands that all the 8x with a pair, 9x with a pair, those kind of 8x with a diamond kind of hands, all going to want to continue. And he's left himself, well, a little over pot behind. Is he going to go for the juggler here? He does. He rips it all. He rips it all. Goes for the full lot. Will one Pardo call us off with one pair? Any full now straight? Not too relevant. He does. He makes the call. It's over. Juan Pardo Dominguez makes the call on the river with top pair. Ramiro Petrone only just got the chip lead. And once he got it, there was no looking back. He won all the significant pots after that moment. Just like that, Juan Pardo held the lead for so long heads up, but Ramiro turns it around, quickly gets it done, and is your Millions Online main event champion. Throwing, 860k on top of his already ludicrous career earnings online. What a result. Hey, what a final table we've had this evening. It has been joyous. All sorts of action. Saw Ramiro eventually crowned the champion. Having a look. When you come into this final table, as we look at the rest of them, obviously Juan Pardo Dominguez in second. It was Sebastian Sikorski that kind of featured this final table. He said it alight. He was the one running amok early doors and, well, early doors yesterday, throughout this entire final table. But yeah, Ramiro Petrone actually came in second in chips for Ramiro to start the day. Steven Van Zadelhoff came in third, finished in fourth place. Bryce with a nice spin. One of the short stacks to start with. Ended up being chip leader, I think with 6 left, but ultimately did finish in fifth. Andras Nemeth, pretty unlucky to bust out in ninth. Kings, no good against Juan Pardo Dominguez. Ace 3. And well, guys, that is it. Thank you very much to everyone who's been with me throughout the evening. And of course, to Jamie, who popped in for a little bit, have a chat fresh off his victory in the Millions knockout event last night. But that is it, guys. We'll be back in just 2 nights' time for that 25k Super High Roller. So please, best of luck until then. But hopefully, I will see you on Thursday night for that 25k when we'll see some of these characters back in action once more. All right, guys. Good night.